Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for, what is it now? Wow, end of March, March the 31st. Yes, yes, that means you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. All right. So what is happening this morning? Let's see. Well, we had one that was ripping, unshortable for me, unfortunately. I was looking at this one to maybe short the top, but TAOP got all the way up to 1492 and is pulled back a couple of dollars. Some kind of a merger or acquisition with a China education company. So that is TAOP, low float. So when this market opens, I always say it like this, anything could happen. So let's take I'm going to stick an alert. Yeah, maybe at the high here. See if it takes out, boy, that's giving up a lot, but where would it be? We up here in this area? Right here. I mean, then the next high would be up here around 1671. So just have to wait and see. It's unshortable for me at Interactor Brokers. I did take a little short pre-market. This is from Real Scan, fuel cell. Got out of it, of course. I got in, what did I get in at? 1387, covered some at 1372, and then it hasn't moved back up, basically flat. So a little bit on this one. See if it backs down off 14 again. There is some resistance. Plug, Ballard, and fuel cell, they are all moving though. RKDA is an earnings play. RKDA is an earnings play. And yeah, nice gap so far. And take a look at that. There's the 200-day moving average at 323. So it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average. So this obviously has some room to run if it wants to keep going. Another low float situation, 1969 in the float. 19.69 million shares in the float. And it's an earnings play, RKDA. VTSI, this was a big one from yesterday. Well, guess what? They did a financing today. Look at that. I mean, it sold way off though. 1027 sold all the way back down to 789. And then after hours, I don't know when they actually announced the financing, probably after hours, they announced the financing at $6 a share, 18 million shares at $6 a share. So it's right at the financing level, 594. So it's basically at the financing price, $6 a share. All right, this could be interesting. DCTH, take a look at the action for DCTH, another earnings play. When I first saw it, it was way up here. Okay, I'm thinking, okay, big gap up. And then all of a sudden this happened. So now it's actually gapped down 32% through the 200-day moving average. This could be a little like, let's see what we have here. It's not going to be quite as clean looking as Go EV from yesterday. Go EV was a delicious short right from the beginning, but it had absolutely no resistance. It was an all-time low, or no support, should say. This one has a little bit of, this has some support around 10. So it's not quite as clean looking, DCTH, but man, what a crazy reaction. I mean, remember, this was at one point, some poor soul bought around $26, and now it's at 11. HGen. Okay, well, we now know what the financing is, the financing price is. They announced they were going to do a financing yesterday. We now know what the financing price is, so it's gapped down. $18.50. So it is holding over the financing price right now. HGen is around $19, so it is over the financing price. GSX, other China education stock, has been beaten up by short sellers. Trying to have a little bit of a pop here. I don't know if I can believe it. This is shortable for me, so I'm just going to have to keep an eye on this one. I don't know if they have any specific news. I don't see any specific news. Broadwind Energy, BWEN. Yeah, I don't know if there's any specific news to it other than, you know, obviously the push for clean energy, etc. I don't know if there's any specific news for this one. They're low float, 15 million in the float. And let's see, Romeo, whither arts thou? So our Romeo, this is an earnings play. I mean, look at this one. I mean, this is almost an all-time low. In fact, it may be pre-market. Let's see. The all-time low is 842. Wow. So the all-time low is 842. That's about 4 weeks ago. And we're at 865 right now. Earnings play absolutely crushed. I mean, not just crushed today, but I mean, look how, I mean, it's not that long ago, guys. I mean, this was right at the end of the year, last year. This was a $39 stock. I think this was one of those SPACs. Wow. Yeah, you did say that, Zach. So, I mean, keep an eye on this. I mean, if this takes out that low right there, 842, have to stick an alert there. See if it either A, holds and bounces or just tears right through it. I mean, it's already down 16%, but who's going to buy this? I mean, other than, you know, people looking for little bounces or something. But I mean, now that earnings are out, there's really nothing that could get investors excited about this, I think. Right now, anyway. I don't want to use the term investors. Traders. Chewy. CHWY, excuse me. Earnings play. Now this is look at this one, guys. This is a really interesting look on the daily chart. For those of you who like playing, you know, more expensive stocks, this is an earnings play, but look what it's done. Look at all this on the daily chart right here. And then look left. What do we've got? 105. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but we've got the big resistance area around 106, 105. So that is a CHWY. Yeah, that's a great look. They released earnings after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area right here, and it is continuing. All right, what time is it? 9:13. So I'm quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, the theme continues. More upgrades and downgrades. Almost an even mix, though. I'll get a few of them in. Okay, so some of the stocks in the EV sector are obviously the fuel cell, the plug, the Ballard, and also Blink now, BLNK, I'm hearing. The stocks that are moving up right now. Keep an eye on farm, guys. There's been no real volume yet. Farm, FARM. It's on my watch list, I believe. And I think it toyed with that $10 or $9 mark yesterday. I'm just going to, once I finish this, I want to take a look at the chart. There was a little pop this morning, but it was on no volume. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Let me take a look at farm right now. Again, there was no volume. Yeah, there's still no volume, but this was the area I was wanting to see if it could break out yesterday It's right there. You can just see yesterday what was the high? 917. The day before that was 921. Over here is 903. Over here is 984. So, I mean, again, if it can take out that 921, I mean, it's at 925 right now, but there's no volume, only 700 shares. But if it can take that out, it has a real shot to get up into this level. And it does have an upgrade this morning, and that is FARM, F-A-R-M. All right, let me get some of the downgrades in. A couple more to go. All right, there you have some of the upgrades. Some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Going to see if there's anything from Goldman. I don't see anything from Goldman this morning. Not that there isn't, just this is all I'm getting. From what I get from briefing.com, I'm not seeing anything from Goldman this morning. Yes, SLQT. Okay, let's take a look at SLQT. See if there's any reaction. Not yet. Yeah, too bad this wasn't, for me, cheaper. I mean, this is just a great look on that daily chart with a potential gap to fill, CHWY. I guess now it's official. New York State is the next state that legalizes marijuana. I guess that is official now. I mean, it's been coming. Just checking out the cannabis index. No real move this morning. This one had an interesting day yesterday. The charge point, CHPT. It looks like it's trying to come back again, just by the name. Yeah, so I mean the EV sector is gaining a little bit of traction with the troika of Plug, Ballard, and Fuel Cell, and now Blink and CHPT. All right. If you want to follow, I'm just going to show you this also. You want to follow my watch list up and down. From the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then these are all themed channels, and one of them is my watch list, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first before you load anything from the channel bar. Your layout would be replaced. Again, it's okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. That's fine. And the other thing is, if you have the AI, okay, if you have our premium service, this is what I would do. Instead of watching the AI channel bar, watching it from here, the Omni AI, which is basically the combination of these three. I mean, it's a layout. So, I mean, if you did want to if that's all you wanted to stare at all day long, fine. But I mean, that's typically not what people want to do. So what I would do, because really all you should care about are what are the alerts that I'm getting from the AI. From our toolbar, just click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. And nothing happens until at least 9:35. That's the earliest we will get an alert. But you can incorporate this as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every morning. So instead of having to load it from the channel bar, which is a layout, which, I mean, I think it's way, way easier just to load this window. Because look, all you really should care about are what are the alerts I'm getting today from the AI. In my opinion, anyway. Okay, so the RKDA, Arcadia, is still hanging above that 200-day moving average right there. It's not a super clean looking daily chart, but it's got some room from 344. There's another area up here, maybe around 380. And that's 40 cents away, almost 40 cents away. Not saying it's going to get there, but of course what you're really looking for, if it really explodes today, I mean, it's already at 46%, it's to start to tack up way up here. I don't think it's going to happen today. Yeah, somebody asked me about Micron yesterday. So yeah, they release earnings after hours today, the last day of March. No, tomorrow? Yes. Friday's closed, of course. Yeah, it's a full day tomorrow. Not looking at news. I'm not looking at it. I did see it this morning, gapping down. They're financing, I guess, but CHPT, mini rip mode. Look at this. I mean, if it takes this out right here, it looks like it's right at this area. What is it, 2460? Look at the highs over here, 2478, 25, 2456, 2514. I mean, what an area for it to try to get out above today, over that 25 mark for the CHPT. No, Jeffrey, there is there is a way you can kind of trick it. Remind me later, okay? I don't know. First of all, well, I can tell you immediately if you know how to create a custom formula. I can give you the formula for it. I just can't do it now. Okay, just remind me later, okay? All right, you're making me look. News. I think what he's talking about though are the stocks that we have no value for in the float. I think that's what he's talking about. And he would want to see those. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. So you want to be notified because then you're thinking that is still a low float situation, and yet it's not picking it up as a low float because there's no value. Yeah. So there's a custom formula that I can give to you. What time is it? 9:26. Let me just quickly give you the formula, and if you've never created a symbol list, then see if I can grab it quickly. Log out of that. Time is it? Okay, race against the clock here. Okay, so this is the formula, okay, Jeffrey? This is the formula to use. And you'd basically put 1 in the min to make the formula true, okay? And this is how you, if you've never created one before, so that will create, so you create a, I'm sorry, that's a symbol list. Sorry, no. Forget that one. I'm going to put this in the text. Well, I'll put it here. I'll put it right here. Okay, that's how you create a custom formula if you've never done it before. That's the formula to use. So it'll be a filter. Once you create it, then you can use that filter for your float. You don't use float anymore. You use that's a custom for. Name it, call it float new or something like that, so you know where to look for it. Okay. One minute to the open. Yes, 45 seconds. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Today is Wednesday. Yeah, only one more day for the rest of this week. So I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of this. And again, nothing happens in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is on purpose. I do like to see things settle down just a little bit. We are 2-1-0 blast off. We are now open. Here's Romeo. So what is Romeo going to do? And this is so bleak. I mean, 8:42. Did I? Yeah, I have an alert set down at 8:42. I mean, let's see if I don't know, can it hold that all-time low, 8:42 RMO? Definitely reminds me a little bit like the Go EV yesterday. Well, here's a gap up and go, guys. When BWEN continuing, nice breakout out of this consolidation of the 15s. All right, HGen seems to be shrugging off the financing at $18.50 a share, $19.68 right now. So that's a well, guys, Romeo now breaking way down here. Romeo as an RMO. Let's see for Romeo what it can do. I don't like taking the so quickly, but what a gap down. All right, so what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to stick an alert back here at that 842, which was the previous low, and see, I mean, it's really bouncing now, but let's see if this is, the first 15 minutes, these are the sort of things that can happen. Look at that big bottoming tail, then it's moving up. So it's classic reason why I don't like trading in the first 15. Meanwhile, what is the market doing? Okay, with market, so NAS is up, Dow's up, SPY's up. So we've got a positive open to start. There's a little strong stock right now, GNLN. There's a pre-market high, was 543 for GNLN. Is an earnings play, March 31st pre-market, so they released earnings pre-market. It's a fairly low float, 13 million in the float. It has GNLN. All right, here we have a gap down in reverse. This this PRQR, so huge day 4 days ago. Looks like huge day, 954, sliding the last 3 days, and now today maybe trying to come back a little bit, and that is the PRQR. Another energy play, EV play, BE. Okay, HB agents, I have a question from our YouTube room. How do you change a chart symbol? So we have only two options in our charts. If you right click on a chart, go to properties, and you see go to properties, there's symbol linking. So it is either checked or unchecked. So in these 6 cases, I guess, 1, 2, 3, 6 cases, I've got these charts checked. So that means when I do click on an alert, the symbol changes in all these 6 charts. SPY does not because it's unchecked. Okay, so that's basically only 2 options, checked or unchecked. The other thing that people ask, well, how would I type it? How would I get a symbol in here if I don't want to, if I don't just want to type in Macy's? So I right click on the chart and then you just start typing. Left click on the chart. So Traderz knows this is a chart you're in. Left click, just start to type. The change symbol box should pop up. Click change or hit enter on your keyboard. Okay, HP. Well, fuel cell, that was I took a little short on that one pre-market. Got out of it, of course. Now, let's see, with fuel cell, what's the next high looking left? 1517, so this has some room. All right, guys, easy come, easy go. Look at the Arcadia now. Up to 350, right back down to 313. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So when are you using the app, HP? Okay, so I mean, if you uncheck, so the SPY is unchecked. Okay, so it's unchecked. So what is your question? So now when I click on an alert, the SPY remains, but all these other ones that are checked change. So I'm not sure what your question is. Yeah, so left clicking, all left clicking does is telling Traderz, okay, this is the chart you're in. So when you left click, then you type. Okay, now if the change symbol box does not show up for some reason, hit the space bar. Okay. So left click and then hit the space bar on your keyboard and maybe that'll do it. I don't know why. I think for 99% of the people, all you have to do is start to type. But for some, you left click and then you have to hit the space bar and then the change symbol box shows up. Okay. Well, HP, that's why you're here. I mean, I'm here, and so we have Q&A from 12 to 1. These are questions you can ask, and I agree. The spacebar thing, I have no idea why that works for some, and why you have to do that for some people. I have no idea. Of course, yeah, there's a learning curve, absolutely. I mean, you can make trade ideas as complicated as you want. But listen, I do agree on the charts, changing symbols and things like that. It's not intuitive, but that's why we're here. Just ask the question and we'll help. All right, what else is happening here? So seal. All right, so the cannabis plays will be somewhat, I mean, it's up 5%, 6%, again, with New York legalizing marijuana now, officially. Depends what you mean by a penny mover, Dev. Anything under $1, I don't look at, no. That's nothing. Look at DLPN, guys. Okay, so we're back to this game again. So DLPN, a high of 1358 yesterday. So again, if this is one of those NFTs, I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Probably not. Well, look at this. So we had an alert right here at 918 from the basic new highs, 918, 946 now for CLF. Okay, wow, look at this. What a comeback. What's Disc A doing? What a comeback if Disc A is almost the same. Not quite. I guess Disc B wasn't quite in as many or had as many shares that got hammered. But look at Disc B, guys. Keep an eye on Disc A. I mean, I don't know exactly the relationship, but keep an eye on this. I mean, if this starts to recover, I mean, look at this potential void fill. So, Dev, are you using our app? Are you using the app? Not, or you're on Windows, or are you using the Windows product? Not the Windows product, the web-based product. You're using the Windows, you're using the web-based product. Or using the app, then do this. To follow the AI, don't worry, like this is what I would do. From the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and just watch the alerts as they come in. Then then you incorporate this as part of your layout, and then you don't have to worry. You can go to other layouts if you want, but this is this will be just part of your layout every day. Just incorporate this window as part of your layout. You don't have to go to the channel then to follow the AI. Okay, here is a cannabis play, GRWG cannabis play on the move here. All right, fuel cell now. I did take a really quick short on this one in the pre-market, and now look at this. So we've got a nice move in tech. Let's take a look at the cues to start. Nice move in tech so far. And the SPY, nice move in the SPY, that first 15-minute candle. So let's see what happens. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Again, that is by design. You can ask me, but I'm not a big swing trader, John, but if I can't help, I'll direct you somewhere else. The other traders at Traderz are way more into swing trading than I am. Look at this CLF. Holy smokes, 918 and now 964. It's a big float. This took a bunch to move this. 450 million in the float. What's X doing? U.S. Steel. My guess is it should be doing well too. Yep. So, and this is XME. This is the Metal and Mining Index, doing pretty well. Also, most of the indexes are doing well. In fact, remember Jets yesterday? Jets was doing well. It's one. Well, it's just a little bit negative. Yeah. So if you look at what the swing exit is, Jeffrey, it's really just the 20-day low. It's a guide. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you yes, you should follow that. Absolutely. But if you look at most of the swing exits, those are 20-day lows. So again, I'm not going to tell you to follow it exactly. It's a guide. So it would change from day to day, depending on what the stock does. But when you get into, if you're going to follow it exactly, then, if you're going to follow it exactly, then that's going to share size you, and then that'll be that. Because you'll take the difference between your entry and that swing exit, divide it into how many dollars you're willing to risk on the trade, and that will share size you. It is there for that, but again, it's just a guide, okay? And the reason for checking CCIV is, well, it'll depend. It'll depend on the chart, because it is, in essence, it's always a 20-day low. So if the 20-day low is far away, then yes. This PFMT from yesterday, guys, so keep an eye on it. It wasn't bad. It got up to 243 yesterday. It's now just challenging 2. It had a big sell-off, though. That's the issue. Look at that big topping tail. Okay, guys. Yes, cannabis plays today for sure. Well, I don't know how much longer they're going to continue, but cannabis plays for sure as a sector. Well, look at RKDA, not shortable for me. I looked at that this morning. Not shortable for me. RKDA. Big reaction after hours to earnings. Decent. Well, a great follow through, but once the market opens, we see this a lot. Market opens, stocks move down. All right, well, okay. HGen showed up here in the watch list down. The financing is at 1850. There's an argument to be made, I guess, if it can take out 19 again, maybe start approaching that 1850 financing price. Okay, so I'm waiting on this Romeo later on in the day. I want to see if it takes out that low again, 842, and just proceeds on the way down. It did have a nice pop, but it is an earnings play, so the reaction obviously is not great. So what is going to be the catalyst going forward for this stock? Let me take a look at GSX first, another China education stock. See, yeah, I mean, it's now starting to give it up. Yeah, I mean, Wafu was insane last week, right here. Yeah, it's halted again, or it's halted, then resumed. Yeah, so you're on your, when I say it like this, you're on your own, guys. With something like this, with 1 million in the float, I mean, I can't tell you, that this is a very sketchy trade. You've got to be awfully careful. Do not leave your computer if you get into this. You can see what it did today. It got up to 1245 or so, which was the high of a couple of days ago, approximately. I mean, I guess if it can take that out again, then it can have that challenge. But you're on your own. I mean, with 1 million in the float, boy, I wish I'd had shorts for TAOP. Boy, oh boy, look at this. I don't know. Anybody, Zach, you may, well, he can't hear me, but 15 down to 1138. This has been an active one the last couple of days. Archon, I mean, look what it did. Got up to 979, sold all the way down. I mean, basically cut by a third, after a nice run. And then it looked like it was going to continue and then just got slammed. Probably a low float. Yeah, another China stock, 16 million in the float. So, but it is trying to recover a little bit here. I mean, not a little bit, 25%. All right, keep an eye on this one, SSY. SSY. Look at the room it's got. What's the float? 4.3 million in the float. Yeah, well, without getting super technical, Sparky, really, all shorting is, if I said I wanted to short this at 264, if I can get in it at 264, then I'm just hoping it goes down as opposed to going up. Okay? When I say not super technical, I mean your broker has to have shorts available. Different brokers will have shorts. Some will have shorts, some will not have shorts. It's up to the individual broker. You'll hear me say something like, "Oh, I'd love to short this one, but Interactive Brokers does not have shorts available." As an example, somebody else might pipe up and say, "Oh, but Fidelity does." So, it'll go from broker to broker. So, assuming you do have shorts available, all you're doing is I mean, just think of it like this: if I'm able to short at 262, I'm hoping it goes down, and then when I want to cover it lower, that's where I make my money. If it goes down, I make my money. If it went up, then I'm going to lose. It's just the absolute reverse of when you buy a stock. Obviously most people, when you buy a stock 262, you're hoping it goes up, and you sell higher, and that's where you make your money. When you short a stock, you called cover lower, and that's where you make your money. I'm without getting into, well, you're borrowing the stock from your broker and on and all that. It's just the flip. When you're able to short something, you hope it goes down in price. When you want to go long something, you hope it goes up in price. Well, okay, the mechanics of it, and you know, every broker's platform is going to be different, but typically the mechanics of it is by, ooh, just a minute here, is by clicking a sell button. But you know, each broker is going to be a little bit different, perhaps. So if I wanted to short this one right now, I'd be clicking the sell button. You know, I don't own the stock, right? I don't own anything, and that puts me into a short position. And then if it moves down, let's say I was able to short at 840, so I click the sell button. I've shorted at 840. Let's say it goes down to $8. Then I click the buy button to buy it down here, and I pocket the difference. It's just the reverse of going long. And when I buy something, I click the buy button. I hope it goes up, and then you know at a certain price, I'll click the sell button, pocket the difference. Boy, this cliff is just, as we call it, severe rippage. I bet you it's doing better than X. What is it up? 16%? What is X doing? Yeah, so X is up 4%. Cliff is just, it's a big float too. So that's really impressive with a big float like that, 450 million in the float. I don't see any specific news on it other than the fact, oh, wait a minute. Okay, that's the reason. So they've provided updated financial guidance. So April 29th is when I guess they officially released. So about a month ahead, they're providing updated financial guidance, and whatever they said, the market likes it. So these infrastructure stocks, you know, I mean, in theory, they should do well. I guess those with a nice balance sheet should probably do really well. Meanwhile, look at AFA, my goodness, AFA, cannabis plays, definitely. Let's take a look at the index, MJ. So the index is, yeah, look at the index, up 3.4%. Still love to see it, you know, to get it really, really rolling. The whole sector, you know, taking out that 25.37. I mean, then look. Somebody asked me about RL. That's a more expensive one, I believe. Yeah, Ralph Lauren. Yeah, well, it's coming to me. It's coming into some resistance up here at 132. That's far enough away still. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't like the daily chart. I find it's just, you know, got some areas that it's going to maybe struggle to get through. Obviously having, you know, a great day, but I don't like this daily chart. Yeah, so I mean, this is just one of these NFTs, guys. So, you know, they're going to be highly combustible. Okay, I mean, hard to know. I mean, I'm looking at some of the other ones, and they're sort of chopping up and down. I mean, look at this one, 468 down to 3. I mean, these are big percentage moves on a 15-minute chart for me, anyway. You move $1 on a $3, $4 stock. You know, how do you keep in it? Unless you take very few shares with a very wide stop. Give me a moment, guys. Well, I've been trying to short Romeo, RMO. I did not get where I wanted to. I am short Romeo now. Chased it a little bit down. If you're familiar with, well, the uptick rule was sort of nailing me. So if it recaptures that 842, I'm going to be 845. That's going to get me out. I'm in at 830. 837 on the Romeo short. It gets back up to 845. I'm out. I want to see this really big breakdown here. I was trying to get it up here, but you know the uptick rule was down more than 10%. So even going in at the bid, they would not fill me immediately. Sorry, 838. 838 is my short on Romeo. Let me just get it in here. But a real tight rein on it. Well, not out of the woods yet by any stretch. I was hoping that that topping tail would just destroy enough confidence that it would not pop very much, but we'll see. Can always get back in. Yeah, this is, I'm just not going to give it very much more time. Yeah, this one could be one of those that's just going to sit here for a while and torment me. Now, I'm not an options player, so I'll let some of the option players who want to answer that question, okay? One of the reasons I think also for doing it that way, sometimes your broker will not have shorts available, but you're able to play it option wise. I guess that's one reason. Otherwise, you know, I can't really comment. I'm not an option player at all. Okay, guys, I'm out. I'll check it out again later on, see if it takes this out, but it will have to get down to about 8:30 or so, 8:34. So I'll see. Oh, nice that you can leave, Dark Echo. Oh, man, Buen, I didn't see, well, I saw, of course, we saw this in the pre-market. Buen was just surging higher here, but is now just, giving it up. Again, high flyer, market opens, goodbye. Boy, this is an interesting one right now, this CHPT. Talked about this in the pre-market. If it could take out this 25 level, CHPT, what's the spread like? Okay, it's not terrible. It's, well, in fact, it's not bad, 7 cents. Not terrible. I mean, look at the room this has. CHPT. Now the spread widened a bit. Boy, really keeping an eye on the CHPT. The longer it holds over 25, I think it's very interesting. What's the high looking left here is 26, so it does have some room. Again, it's up to you guys. You're going to trade it. I'm not going to tell you to. Yeah, it happens every now and then. You're right. Talking about the AI, yes. Boy, the SPY is really moving well. Keeping an eye on CHPT, the longer it holds over 25. Another company, one that I have thumbnailed is this Macrogenics, MGNX. This is having a nice little run. All right, Mr. Wafu, and now you are over the high of 2 days ago, 1230, well above it. Look at that float, 1 million in the float. Again, guys, you got to be awfully careful. All right, this was an earnings play yesterday. Did very well. ASO, very choppy on the daily, but had a nice day. It gapped down this morning, but it is trying to come back. ASO. Well, it didn't mess up. Okay, it's two different strategies. It can't predict one strategy. It predicted it as a short, and the other one as a long. So it's not a matter of messing up. I mean, it happens very rarely, A million? Well, I think anything under 20 million is a low float. Others, may have a different idea, but I mean, obviously a million is a super low float. All right, just keeping an eye on the CHPT. Back over at 25.17 or so. That might get it going. A little bit whippy still. No, it doesn't. No, it's just, it's like saying, I've got a basic new highs and lows. We don't know, at the beginning of the day. Look how many, look how few. We don't know what stocks are going to appear here. This is a quality strategy. So the AI has several strategies. It doesn't know what stocks are going to appear. Again, it doesn't happen very often, though, that you get the same symbol. Yesterday, we actually got the same symbol twice to go long in two different strategies. Well, be careful with it, because when I say be careful, I have a question. Why be careful with WAFU? Because a million shares in the float, anything can happen. Yeah, it can explode, but then all of a sudden, when any of the buying just dries up, it could just tumble like anything. With that million, that's a very, very, very low float number. Okay? So that's why I'm saying any low float, you've got to be careful. But the lower it is, you've really got to be careful. Look at WVE, guys. Now, this is interesting. It is now above. I mean, it got hammered. Well, it was already on the downtrend, but it got hammered yesterday. It recovered a little bit. It closed above the open. The high yesterday was 611. It's just above that high yesterday. So let's just see if it can start to, continue to fill in this void. Boy, this checkpoint is just... either break out or don't. Now, here's another one, guys. It's ABCL that had earnings on the 29th. So that was a couple of days ago. After hours, so this was the reaction, really. Yesterday was the earnings reaction. Mixed. Very mixed. But look at this now, and ABCL, and again, you look left, and it's got a lot of room. ABCL does have room. What's the float here? 40 million in the float. Where are they out of? Singapore. Okay, WVE. I mean, the longer it holds right over that high, and if we get any volume coming in, there's not a lot of volume. Okay, yeah, it's double normal, but there's not really a lot of volume. All right, so Romeo is getting my interest again. RMO is getting my interest again. All right, Romeo, can you do your thing this time? It's farm. I don't have an alert for it. Wow. I feel like a fool. I was waiting for this break here, and look what it did. I talked about it in the pre-market. Not very much volume, but yeah, I mean, now it's running. Talked about in this pre-market, if we could take out this level right here, 9 something. The pre-market trading, I think when I looked at it, like a couple hundred shares, that was it. I kind of lost sight of it. It would never show up here because the relative volume is so low. But, well, it's on the move, but I've basically missed it. Well, you know, this is the theme now. Here's my moving higher with unusually strong option activity. All right. Yesterday we had one for most of the day. We had one kind of late one. Nothing so far. This is just showing you, you know, what sort of market we're in right now for the stuff I'm looking at anyway. Now we don't get too many anyway, but I mean, yesterday too, that's definitely the lowest. Usually I'd say we get 5 to 6 a day in the unusually strong options. This is not trading the option. I'm just looking for stocks with abnormal option activity. All right, well, I got to forget about CHPT. Now, I have my alert set up here, but right now I'm going to forget about it. William was suggesting a bounce off 24.80 or so. Well, there is the 5.8. Yes, well, we'll see what happens. GNLN. I'm sorry, I hear GNLN is. Yeah, this was a gap down and go, or a gap up and then reverse, but now this is on the way up. GNLN. Well, that's a BNTX. Of course, that's the one. My thoughts. Well, first of all, it's out of the price range I like, but what I see is the next area of resistance is around 115. Of course, the virus play, big virus play. But You know, so it's had a nice pop today. All right, Romeo does not. I mean, this is it for me, I think, in trying to track this one. It's just too choppy on that 2 minute, too choppy on the 5 minute. I'm going to give it one more chance to see if we can get down into the 830s, low 830s. Just doesn't look. I mean, that might be the resistance 850, but I wanted something more like the Go X from yesterday. If you were in the or Go EV, if you were in the room yesterday, you know, this is the sort of move we were looking for before it popped. Nice call, William, so far on that bounce off the 8 EMA and the 5 minute chart for the CHPT. Yeah, nothing in the AI interests me out of the price ranges I like to track, so nothing in the AI right now interests me. Well, it was sort of another day like kind of like yesterday. I'm just very few. I mean, this is, pretty amazing. Hardly any new highs based on the filters that I've got. Usually this, you know what? I made a mistake here. Yeah, okay. So we'll start to get the repeat now. But still, only 3 alerts today from the basic new highs. Boy, anybody able to short that TAOP? All right, well, I think I'll take the time right now to, first of all, welcome anybody brand new to the room today. Welcome to the room. This is the format Mondays to Fridays, except this Friday, of course. Good Friday, the market is closed. I'm live on the mic and I share my screen. And I'm just going to pop my home page. First of all, there is a promo code that we have right now. Easter Bunny. I'm going to put that promo code into the YouTube room. And then my home page. All right, so I'm sharing, I have a lot of information on my homepage. Here's the tab, Barry's homepage right there. I have a lot of information there. You click on that, and here's the link for my homepage. There is the promo code Easter Bunny, all in capital letters, for a 20% savings off the first month only, or the entire year. So when you click on the link, this is what you will see. Okay. So don't use this promo code. We'll go over how much Trade Ideas has cost. Don't use this promo code, of course. Use Easter Bunny, all in capital letters. 15% off your first, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So the annual premium would be $22.68 a year minus the 20%. The standard would be $10.68 a year minus the 20%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. Typically, that's why people want to have access to the premium, to take a look to see how the AI works. There are other differences, but that is the main reason why people take our premium service. You don't have to go annual. You go monthly if you want. Nothing wrong with that. Standard is $118. Premium is $228 a month. You can take 20% off the first month only. Okay, so if you do take a monthly subscription, you'll get the discount for the first month only. After that, this will be what it'll cost you. More information, my homepage. You can sign up for the Trade of the Week. It gets sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. Usually do it between right around noon now. I think this is probably a pretty popular section in my homepage. All my scans that I'm sharing. So this is actually the layout that you see that I'm displaying. This is the layout right here. Remember, it is a layout. So if you do want to take a look at it, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. But I'm also sharing individual scans. So if you don't want my entire layout, you might have a layout that you like already, but you want to take a look at the individual scans. I mean, this is, well, I think I see it just triggered one. Let me see what's happening with it. 469. This is my, it's been very, very slow the last 2 days, including today, though we're still, only an hour into the market. But moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? I really like this one. Doesn't get very many alerts during the day, but it can really give us some really dynamic moves. So this is the one I really like, but I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. I have an education section right here. You click on that. And I like to put this link on its own, the 20 short lessons. Okay, the 20 short lessons. So if you are brand new to Trade Ideas, it's almost mandatory that you click on that link. Take the lessons, covers all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list, building one, creating an alert window, etc. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can still take a look at the link. You can see what the basic features we have. More training, daily support sessions. So there is a YouTube room that I monitor at the same time as what I call the main trading room. At noon, I take a break. One of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today is Michael Noss. So again, if you're into using Brokerage Plus, which I'm going to go over, back testing strategies, things like that, he's your man. Okay, he'll be there between 12 and 1. And before I take my break, I'll pop that link in. The free trading room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. So today is Wednesday. This is the webinar that I do help out on. It's put on by Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. So I help out on that one. Educational videos here. And back to basics. This is, if you're completely brand new to trading, great little video series that was done by Michael Noss. And it literally starts off, what is a stock? So, okay, you can't get more basic than that. So if you're new to trading, you're in this room, and first of all, you're overwhelmed by what you're seeing, and you've never traded before, highly encourage you to take a look at this. And then we have some trading ebooks that we created. So there is a lot of information on my homepage. You can save my link, and you can take a look at everything more or less at your leisure later on. Okay, now I don't want to go over what our AI is all about. So we have, let me see, in fact, what's happening here. 469, get up to 478. This is, so when I look left, there's definitely some resistance, definitely, probably, maybe. Okay, there's the checkpoint, right back up. Nice call by William on that bounce off that area. Now let's see if it can keep going. Charge point, not checkpoint, charge point. So we have what we call 70 baseline strategies. And so once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine to optimize those strategies. That's what happened once the market closed last night. These are the strategies that made the cut, okay? I know I say this every day, but this is what I believe. Don't worry, in my opinion, don't worry about what strategies made the cut, why they made the cut. Don't worry about the segment. You know, you see Holy Grail, Neo 2.0. Don't worry about what segment. All I would worry about, not worry about, but is concentrate on is show me the alerts. Show me the money. Show me the alerts. Okay? What I would do is from the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and this is the window that'll pop up. Nothing will happen in this window until no sooner than 9:35, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. You're given an entry, you're given a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay? And what I would do is I would incorporate this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do that every morning. There are no videos on how to use it. You know how people will use it in different ways. I use it like a watch list. I like to I have a certain price range I like to see. For me it's under 20. I don't see it right now, but how you're going to use it will be totally up to you. Now I want to talk in general about what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. We're a stock scanner. We scan the Canadian and U.S. markets, and it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, you can use Trade Ideas. It doesn't matter what country you live in. You can use Trade Ideas wherever you live in the world, and it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, we're a scanner. So what do I mean by a scanner? Well, this is a very easy little scan I put together: basic, new highs and lows. So you always, when you build an alert window or a top list window, you always start off with the filters. So for me, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume of 4, that means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Here's my minimum number of shares and some other filters. If a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. You can see, right now, only 4 stocks that have met those filter requirements today, or the event, as we call it. So what we did as a company is we said, okay, listen, most people will not want to learn how to use do not want to learn a programming language. Most people will not want to do that. So what we did was we said, okay, let's try to have enough alerts. These are all the alerts that we have. And you click on an alert and you can click on help. You can see what the alert is all about. But here are all the alerts that we have. I'm going to scroll down. When the icon changes to this, these are all the filters we have. So we feel as a company that we have created enough alerts and filters that the vast majority of our customers can combine them in a way to give them a scan that they want to see. Okay? So no programming language to learn. Now, if you're starting out brand new, as I said, you should watch the 20 basic lessons. I'm sharing a lot of scans. You know, again, if you click on my homepage, you see all the scans right here. This is the scan section. I'm sharing a lot of scans. So you don't even have to know, you know, at the beginning how to create scans. You can just take a look at mine, and then you can always tweak them. So for instance, if you loaded my basic new highs and lows, and you right click, go to configure, and then summary. Summary tells you what it's looking at. So you may have a completely different idea of a price range. So you might want to change that. You know, so let's say you wanted to look stocks between 10 and 50. You make the change and say OK, and now you've sort of customized it. We also have this channel bar. Click on New, and then Channel Bar. In the channel bar, these are all different themes. They're all layouts, and we created, so when you click on one, you will see a layout, and you might see a window that you like, a scan that you like. Let's just try that. I just have to give me a moment, please. I just have to make sure my windows. All right, I think we're good. So let's just, for argument's sake, click on the Momo channel. So you see right here, this is the momentum channel. It loads these scans and some charts, okay? And you might look at this Momo and go, I wonder what that is. You click on it, and you see we're starting to get some alerts from it. DSSI, you right click, configure. You see what it's looking for. Again, here's the price range. You may want to have a different price range. You, of course, can change it. All right, let me go back to the summary. So here are the filters that are being used. And again, you can customize it more or less. Maybe you want a larger volume, okay? So you can make the changes. Let's say I do that. Let's say I change this to, you know, between 10 and 50, and I change the volume to 500,000 shares. Okay, click on the summary to make sure that's what I've done. See, I always like to do that. I put one more zero. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to delete one of the zeros. Click on summary again. Here we go, 500,000 shares. And I'll leave everything else the same. Say OK. So I've taken a scan that we created for you. I've more or less customized it. And then I'm going to save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud. And I'm going to save it to the cloud. I'll show you why I'm doing that. Now I could go to another scan. Stock surging. Okay, notice now that previous layout got replaced by this one. So the action is heating up right now. I wonder what that is. Well, again, same principle. You kind of like what you see, or you want to take a look at what it's all about. So again, you know, between 1 and 1,000, let's do this. Let's make it 1 and 100, and make it 400,000 shares instead of 50,000. Click on that summary. Make sure I've done that correctly. Yes, yes. Again, I can say OK. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it. So hopefully you're understanding what I'm doing. I'm now able to go into each individual theme channel. I can take a look, and if I see a window that might look interesting, I can always take a look at it. I can modify it, and then I save it to the cloud. I'm going to close all those unpinned windows. Now, let's just say you click on Windows and close all your windows. So all you're left then is with a toolbar. Then you can start if you want, you can start load from cloud, file load from cloud. See, here are the 2 Windows scans that I saved. You just highlight it, load it, show it up on my other monitor, and you can just keep going and keep loading the ones you saved to create your own layout based on all these scans that we have created for you. And once you've done that, you can add your charts if you want, a single stock window, and then File, Save or Share to Cloud. Click on Entire, give it a name, and save it. So now you've been able to create a layout with almost not having to understand even how to do it from the beginning, very, very easily. Okay, now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. Just give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Wow, look at that CHPT now. Took a while, but good call by William to see if it bounced off that the 8 EMA and the 5-minute chart. It held. Nicely done, William. All right, I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. So this window that we have up here is called Brokerage Plus. A moment here. So you can actually use, if you have an interactive broker's account, you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your interactive broker's account. How you do that? First step, watch this video. And Michael will be in, is the one who created this video. Okay, Michael will be in the YouTube room in about an hour and 15 minutes at noon Eastern time, okay? And you can grill him on all this stuff. So, You watch the video, then you would click live. You'll get connected to your Interactive Brokers account. Then you can use this window. Now, this is only available if you're using the application, the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. So why would you want to be able to do that? I think that, you know, those of us with IB, I mean, it's pretty in our pretty archaic looking program. This is a more pleasing look to use this window to trade. Also has some other options though, which I think are very interesting. For those of you who wanted to get into kind of what we call one-click trading. So let's just say I click on fuel cell, FCEL. I look at it and I think, yeah, I'd like to trade this. I'll go back, right click, configure. In just a minute. There we go. Don't know why the trade didn't show up there. We try a fuel cell again. There we go. Okay, so that trade FCEL, you hover over that, this box pops up, and these are options that you can use to trade. Okay, and how you create these, you watch that video. So this is what we call one-click trading. Once you decide how you want to trade it, you just click on it and then you're in the trade. So, I mean, it's not quite auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. To me, I think auto trading is, I mean, for some, I guess if you like to do it. For me, though, what I would always want to be able to do when I get an alert, I would like to take, you know, quickly look to see, okay, yeah, it has no resistance nearby. I can quickly go back. I mean, I can size all this up in, you know, a few seconds and then click on it. So probably within about 5 seconds, you know. So I would never get so hung up that, oh man, though, but I got the alert at 14:15 and it's 14:18 now. I mean, if you're trying to use trade ideas to scalp 3-4 cents, this is not the program for you. So, just give me a moment, please. Have to manage something here. Okay, so that is if you have an Interactive Brokers account, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, again, I'm watching the BGCP that came from the options play. Okay, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window to trade your account. The other huge use for this Brokerage Plus window, if you are brand new to trading, and I know you guys, you know what I'm going to say, don't use money, your real money yet, okay? Practice, practice, practice using our simulator, Paper Trader. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you know, it's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. So practice, practice before you commit money to the market. Can't emphasize that enough. And here's how you can do it. Very simple to do. When you click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want, price you want to get in at, etc. Okay? Most of you, if you're new to trading, you're not going to get involved with shorting. So you just click the buy button and that gets you into a trade. Now, let's just take a look at, I always like to demonstrate it first by maybe taking a pullback trade, okay? This might trigger almost immediately. Maybe that's a bad example. Let's take the BGCP. Or what's this spread? 86, 76, 66. Okay. Again, I always say it like this. I want to make the math easy because now we're... Okay, actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's just say I want to take 300 shares. I want to take 300 shares at BGCP, but I only want to take it if it pulls back to, say, right here, 474. So I type 474. In both boxes. and I click the buy button, and a big bright blue line will appear on there. But if I drag that out enough, it would appear right on the chart, 474. So if BGCP goes back down to 474, it'll take the trade. A lot of you like to, you know, or probably more, I shouldn't say a lot of you. I mean, I'm a momentum trader, but you know, some of you will much prefer to take a trade on a pullback to a certain level. So that's how you can do it. You can also do it in the other direction, of course. If I thought, well, look, I'd really like to take this if it broke over 5, maybe 505. So you could just put 505 in both boxes and click the buy button, and then 505 would appear on top. It would take the trade if it broke over 5. So that is one way to use it. And now we're going to talk about money management. So let me take a look at try to find something. Again, I'm just using this as an example, okay? Let's just say you wanted to take the neophotonics. You know, I wouldn't do it. You know, I'd probably wait for a 12 break, but you know, I just want to use this as an example. What's the spread? A couple pennies, 95. Okay, again, I'm just using this as an example. Okay, I'm going to take this trade. I'm going to show you, and I'm going to show you why I'm taking 1,000 shares. Okay. I'm going to buy it at the market, 1,000 shares. So there it is, took at 11.95, okay? Now, you know, guess what, guys? Not every trade's going to work. So again, I'm just using some really simple math. Let's just say you had a 10-cent stop on this. Now, sorry. If the trade isn't going to work, you have to know where you're going to get out, and that's the stop. Getting out, and that is where practice is going to come in. So when you look at a chart, eventually you'll be able to size up charts, you know, with enough experience and say, you know what, I think this is a support level, so that if it broke down through that support level, I should be out of the trade. Now, there are other ways. You can use moving averages and things like that, but I'm just going to use sort of chart visualization more right now to make it easy. So, with that in mind, I'm going to add the stop. But again, when you get into a trade, you have to know where you're getting out of it before. And I'll explain that because that is going to help you share size. So you'll notice right on the chart, at 11.85, there's a big blue or big red line. So if it got down to 11.85, it'll take me out of the trade. I'll lose 100. Now this is sort of a bit of a rounding error, okay? I'll lose $103, okay, on this trade. So the concept of placing a stop, not every trade's going to work. Okay, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade and with a manageable loss. So what do I mean by a manageable loss? If you have a $5,000 account size, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. Let's just say, though, your account size dictates that you could risk $100 a trade. That's why I tried to make this math very easy. So if I get into a trade at 11.95 and my stop based on the chart is 11.85, that's a dime away. So I would divide 10 cents into the $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade to come up with 1,000 shares. We got a winner. BGCP, we have a winner. On a percentage basis, 469 up to 492. That is a winner. Con, I don't think so. Could come back though. I would keep an eye on it. So that's the concept. So when you get into a trade, you don't start thinking, well, okay, a couple things. I'm going to risk 10 cents a trade, 20 cents a trade, some kind of a fixed number. In my opinion, that's not the way to do it. It should be based on something It should be based on, being able to read the chart, saying, okay, there's a support area. If it breaks that, I should be out of the trade. And then the next concept is, well, I agree. I should put a price in that I should get out. I'm going to take 500 shares every trade or 100 shares every trade. Again, I don't agree with that. Your share size should be based on the difference between your entry and the stop. In this case, it's 10 cents. And then you divide that into how much you're willing to risk per trade, dollar-wise. So again, that's how we got the 1,000 shares here. Conversely, 1,000 shares, if I get stopped out for a 10-cent loss, equals $100. Okay? Well, guys, whoopee on this one. I mean, it took a while, but a nice call by William on the bounce off that 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. Almost like textbook, 24.80. And, a little bit choppy, but this has turned into a nice winner, CHPT. Notice I don't tell you to take anything. We point things out. If it meets your trading plan, if you can kind of understand what we're looking at. I'm always talking about looking left. How much room does a stock have to keep moving if it wants to? You want to take the trade, that's completely up to you. Okay, next step. So we're in this Neptune, NPTN, okay? Now, I've got to stop here at 1185. Now, I don't have to, if I want to get earlier, this is a hotkey, I could just flatten it, okay? If I want to get out of half the trade, I could get out of half the trade, or I could double the trade. Now, I'm going to wait to see if this actually gets stopped out. But here's the other aspect of it all. So if you agree then with the premise that you should have a stop, and you should be risking the same amount per trade, great. So what can happen, and I know it will happen, is that you'll get into a trade, and then it'll start working against you. And you just flat out won't obey your stop. You'll start to second guess yourself. Maybe my stop was too tight. Maybe I didn't, maybe that wasn't really the support area. Maybe it's lower. So you move your stop down. Okay? And now it starts approaching that new stop. And you keep thinking, yeah, but I mean, great earnings release. I just read another press release they had. Looks great. They just cured this. Move your stop down. You keep moving it down, 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 down. So now that $100 manageable loss that you'd planned is now turning into 200, 300, 400 because you will not obey your stop. So, and it'll happen. That's why you practice. Get that discipline, by practicing. Because this takes the emotion out of it. You can just leave the stop in, leave that line in, hits the price, you're out of the trade, done. Takes all the emotion out of trading. Okay, can't emphasize that enough. To obey your stops. You do not want to blow up your account because you get stubborn. Sensational trade now, guys, the CHPT. Now, looking left, 26, so it's taking that out. The next high looking left is 27.55. Big, big, big winner now. So again, can emphasize enough. Now, the other thing is, what I was saying is that, let's just say, okay, I've got my stop here at 1186, okay, but I don't like the way it's trading now. It had the little pop, and it's starting to drift down. I just don't like the way it's trading. I don't have to absolutely wait to get stopped out. I can take myself out of the trade earlier if I want, of course. So I'm just going to do that. I just want to show you. I can flatten the trade, okay? So I closed out for a big $12 gain. Okay, just wanted to show you how you do it. These are hotkeys. I could have got out of half my trade, or I could have doubled my trade. Okay, these are just hotkeys right here for you. I could have gone to sell. I had to pick the price, But these are hotkeys, so maybe a little more convenient. The other thing is that you can use this to practice swing trading. If I don't exit a position at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So you can use this to practice swing trading. We give you $100,000 to start. Okay. Now, if you had a $25,000 account or a $10,000 account, I wouldn't go crazy. Try to treat it as if you're, like it's your real money. So in other words, if you have $10,000 in your account, you're not going to buy $10,000 of a $5 stock. Even though we give you $100,000, you're not going to do that. You shouldn't. Treat it like it's for real. Don't treat it like a video game. So here's another reality. If you practice trading, if you cannot make money, paper trading, using our simulator, if you cannot make money, almost guaranteed you will not make money when it comes to putting real money on the line. Putting real money on the line, first of all, it's a whole new ball game. Way more emotions take place. So that's the thing. That's why we say practice, practice, practice until you can you get a feel for it and you can start making money. Making money in the simulator, though, does not mean that you'll make money once you commit money to the market. Because again, just like I said, emotions start to take over. It's a whole different ball game. Okay, when you see your real P&L, profit and loss, moving up and down, up and down, up and down. Okay, but I will say this: if you can't make money paper trading, until you can, do not trade money in the market. And there's my spiel for the day. No, Bobby, I don't open. No, Friday's a holiday. Friday's a holiday. I do not open the room on Friday. No, the room is closed on holidays. If you do an annual, only within 5 days. Do not take out an annual subscription unless you're pretty sure of the product. Go month to month until you're pretty sure before you take out an annual subscription. Okay? Yeah, it's been whippy. There's no question that the CHPT has been whippy. Okay, so con is now back up to the trigger price, 1846. Now, look left. What do you see? Give me a moment here. So this is what I look for because I'm, basically a momentum trader. Most of the things that I see are near the highs of the day. So that's why I have these higher time frames on these charts, the monthly, the weekly, and the daily chart. People ask me, well, yeah, but Barry, you're mainly a day trader, intraday trader. Why do you have these higher time frames? So important to my style of trading because this is my thought process. I say to, I'm sort of talking to myself, okay, great, Con, you just made a new high for the day. How much further could you go based on these higher time frames before encountering some resistance? So just look. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is $22. I'm not saying it's going to go from 1870 to 22, but at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance. I look at the weekly chart, the same thing. It's up here. The daily chart, I know I don't have to worry about. So, not all alerts are created equal. But this one, you just have to look at the potential. Now, it's a low float for an $18 stock, It's a fairly low float, you know, for $16, sorry, 16.9 million in the float for an $18 stock. That's fairly low. That's a fairly low float. So, you know, again, you got to be aware of that. You know, the BGCP, same sort of thing. I mean, listen, I mean, if it can ever get through 5, look at the potential here. Okay, so you get the alert at 469. I mean, that's, you know, kind of far enough away from 5, so that if you were able to get in around 460, 470, and it got it into the 490s before it stalled, you know, it's not bad, you know, in terms of a percentage increase. But the big move, of course, if it can somehow take out 5, because then we start looking left, and it's got you know, maybe a shot to get up to that 6 level, well, before it encounters a lot of resistance. Oh boy, oh man is right. ASO, I mentioned this one. This was a gap down, and then go down, and then look at the recovery. Okay, interesting. Neophotonics became a. Okay, let's just buy it back. I cheated a little bit, but so the same thing with the neophotonics. When you look left, I mean, what do we see? 1204. I mean, can you just see that if it can break out through that 1204? I mean, it's the high of 3 days ago. I mean, then you look, and the next high is 1249 up here. If it can get through all that, then we're talking 1360. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but I mean, that's, you know, that's my thought process in all of these. Always looking to see how much room can a stock keep going before it hits some resistance. One moment, please. Okay, guys, we have some various stages of winners here. 469 on the alert, 491 now. Con 846 on the alert. Excuse me, 874 now. Jury's out on this one still. It's got to take out that 1204. But, you know, this could turn into a really nice winner. These are from my option scanner. Again, I'm not trading the options. I'm trading the underlying security. But what we're looking for are stocks having a normal option activity days. kind of information purposes, it is new. It's part of my layout that I'm sharing, and it is part of the, if you look, it's called the compare count window, okay? So if you go to my homepage, you know how to go there, right? It's called the compare count window. Basically, it takes two competing strategies. Movers to the upside, greater than 300,000 shares, with some other filters in place, versus movers to the downside with at least 300,000 shares. There are other filters in place. Okay, so you can see right now, you know, this gives you a bit of a look at what the overall, well, with these filters in place, what the 88% are positive versus only 12% negative. So that's why we should see a bunch of green here. So it's like a ticker. So you can click on a ticker, you know, and say, okay, maybe I want to short that one. Well, guys, COM is really a winner now. That is a great winner. What's my process if a stock just hit a new all-time high? Great. You know, I'm not looking to fade it necessarily. I mean, it depends, you know, if it's gone parabolic into that all-time high, then maybe. But I don't look at it as a big negative. You know, I always look at, you know, I look at it. My first thought is, well, it's got no resistance. Cons, guys, this is awesome. I hope some of you took this. Again, I'll tell you what to do, but again, you know me now. This is my favorite window, favorite scan. Okay, how to filter out warrants. Okay, there is a way, two ways you can do it. I mean, if you knew the warrants that you wanted to, you know, you could go to, you could copy and paste them into a symbol list. But okay, this is in theory how you can do it though. So if you're, first of all, Milama, can you hear me and see me? See my screen? Okay, before I demonstrate, just want to make sure you can hear me and you can see my screen. Okay, good. Sorry, I just had to. Okay, so if you right click on an alert window, configure, symbol lists, add existing lists. Notice I've got something that says warrants right there. You won't have that probably, so if you add existing lists, click on it and move down, 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 down. Oh, where are you? Where it says warrants. Okay, if you click on it, you know, that's what will happen. It'll move over into this column. Once it's there, then this is a drop-down menu. Exclude the following lists. Okay, and you would check warrants. And so you could, you could then, to this alert window that I'm in, I could go exclude the following list, check warrants, and then warrants will not be, you won't see the warrants. Now, is this warrant symbol list completely 100% up to date? I don't know. So the odd warrant may sneak in. Okay, we may have to do an update on, I don't know. But you can tell me if you're still seeing some warrants sneaking in. Okay? So to that, Did that make sense, or do I have to do it again? Did I go too quickly? Okay, give it a go. Yeah, I mean, it'll work, but again, I cannot guarantee that you'll never see a warrant. Well, guys, this is a really interesting one. The longer this holds over 12, this being NPTN, this is a really interesting one. I mean, if this again, there's that little level right there, 1204. It's just kind of stalling there. If it can take that out, we might have a little run to the 1250 mark. Man, I hope some of you took this one. You know, sometimes I have to watch myself, you know. I mean, I cannot tell anybody to take anything. You know, I'm not a financial advisor. But hopefully you can, you know, if you're listening to me, you can hear maybe the, I don't know, excitement, enthusiasm in my voice when I'm, you know, pretty interested about something. I mean, just look at the void. Look at the void. Look left. Where's my t-shirt? So again, so just going over this compare count, this is what it kind of looks like. So green data, red data, okay, green good, red bad. So if I configure, I'll just show you what it looks like. How you can create your own. So, you know, these are the filters I got in place. And whatever is flippable, it'll be on the red side. So when I look here, you know, you can't flip a price range. When I say flip, you'll see what I mean. Can't flip a volume. Can't flip this, but stock was up at least 2% from the previous close. I can flip that to being down 2% from the previous close. Okay, that's the only filter that can be flipped. And of course, I can flip the alerts to a new low and a new pre-market low. Okay, so this is what this is looking for. So that's why these green stocks meet those filter requirements and they're making a new high for the day. On the flip side, on the red data, this is what I mean. See how this was flipped? New low, and down at least 2% from the close. So it's like having two competing strategies. Who's going to win? Oh, you can feed my ego. No, I hear you though. I mean, you know, I mean, is every day a winner? Of course not. And some days are slower than others, but you know, I just wait them out. You know, Romeo, I don't know. I don't know if I want to get roped into you again, RMO. So anyway, that is the compare count window. I find it interesting. It's like a, you know, like the old style ticker tape. And I click on an alert. Oh, okay, you might look at that again. I mean, it's not bad actually. You look left, it's got some room to the 1450 mark on the daily chart. Don't be sorry. Never be sorry. Trade of the week is box. And it mildly triggered, I guess even yesterday, I think 23.60, but it really hasn't gone anywhere. The trigger was, I think, I want to say 23.55, you know, but it really hasn't moved. All right, William, I don't know. Well, it's Bitcoin, Sam, so I can't tell you. I don't think there's anything specific to Marathon. It's just Bitcoin. Though, yeah, so I mean, there was some news. There was some news today on it. So there is some news on it today. There's some specific to Mara news. But typically, I mean, it's just tied into, you know, whatever Bitcoin is doing also. But Bitcoin is really not moving. So, I mean, it is really, truly trading on its own. But they did have some news. Yeah, just a confirmation that Michael Noss will be in the room, YouTube room at noon. So again, before I go, so again, you load up on all your questions, you know, using Brokerage Plus, you know, back testing strategies, things like that. That's what he's all about. Okay, so save all those questions. I mean, I have a knowledge of it all, but you know, I do not back test anymore. So if you really want to get into things like that and other, you know, you can ask him other questions, of course, but that'll be from 12 to 1 in this in the YouTube room. That's what it looks like. So how's my watch list doing? I haven't really even checked it. Let's see, fuel cell 1427. So not bad. 1441 it got up to. WVE 612. Yeah, nothing earth shattering. Got up to 620. 785. No, nothing happened there. I got some watch lists, you know, they're not all going to necessarily be incredible runners right off the bat. They may not run at all. 613 for OSS hasn't moved. Cala 660 got up to 67. So nothing really exciting on the upside. Yeah, on the downside 582 it hasn't moved, and the HGen 1903. No, actually that one, that one would have been excellent. On the short 1903 got all the way down to 1798 or so. Yeah, more. I mean, Visa came out yesterday, said we are accepting crypto as payments. Somebody mentioned something to do with Goldman Sachs this morning and Bitcoin. But there's no question Mara is trading more on its own. You know, because usually when we were tracking Mara and Riot, You could almost, you know, the Bitcoin chart, GBTC, would be almost a mirror images of them, but not right now. PayPal came out, okay. Why do I feel like I'll be the last person on earth to have a Bitcoin? A Bitcoin. All right, guys. So this BGCP may have it's really struggling to get through 5, is somewhat predicted. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Look at that Tissy on the way up here. This is a gap up and go, gap up and go. This is, you know, one of the scans I'm sharing. Look at it all over the place. Or look at that, 11:57 was the original alert, or maybe even earlier. Wow, Tissy, 11:21, 11:48. That was the first. Let's see if it was earlier than that. Oh, even earlier than that. 11:43 for Tissy, TISI. And again, it's one of the scans that I'm sharing. I'll go over that scan. I'm liking it. You know, it gives ideas to maybe follow. I mean, I know that maybe that doesn't make sense, but I mean, it's not like you take every alert, of course. It's just okay. So you have to right click. You have to go to the alert window. Go to your alert window. Right click, properties, actions, and then uncheck the play sound. Okay, uncheck it, and then say okay, and that'll get rid of the sound alert in a window. And if you're wondering, well, I don't know where the alert's coming from, there's no easy solution. You have to you have to take a look at each alert window. But if you know the window, then that's the easiest thing to do. So right click, properties, actions, uncheck play sound. Okay? Siri, I'm not sure I understand. I'm sure you meant replaying alerts. Are you talking about repeating, you mean? Or you want them to repeat? You have to explain that a little bit better. Guys, do not lose sight of this NPTN. I mean, look, it may not do anything, but you know what I'd be doing is maybe sticking a price alert, say 1210. So in other words, okay, so you just take it off. You just right click, properties, go to don't repeat, and then uncheck it. And say, okay, so now the symbols will repeat. Okay, so right click, properties, go to the don't repeat and uncheck that. Okay? And then just say okay. Remember to save your work too, guys. Everything you do, like, you know, somebody said, you know, taking out a sound, taking off the don't repeat. If you don't save your work, then it will be, it'll still be there tomorrow. Ah, can't believe I missed out on the farm. Okay, guys, so look at the con now. These are trades. Okay, I mean, I'd love to. It's too bad it didn't keep going a little bit higher, but you know, you've got to trade these. Remember what I was saying about con? 16.9 million in the float for an $18 stock. That is pretty low. So you have to expect whippiness like this. Okay, when you have a low float situation. You know, if this had 300 million in the float, more than likely it's not going to do something like this. But on the other hand, it may not be up 20% or whatever this was, up to 30%. Okay, so there's your trade-off. You want a more relaxing type trade that maybe doesn't move very much. You have to usually those high float the high floats will do that. You want the ones though with the potential for big percentage moves. The low floaters are the ones that are going to give you that. But again, the flip side is true. You've got to pay attention. Well, how do I use it? I mean, I just click on a symbol and see if anything's interesting. That's it. This is more. I mean, I haven't used the compare count for a long time. Somebody asked me a while back when I have one up and running just to demonstrate it. So I thought, okay, why not? Because it's kind of cool. I mean, it's again two competing strategies, one on the upside, one on the downside. It's showing you the tickers real time as they just like I could. It's almost like this. I could have two competing strategies. Basic new highs versus basic new lows. Okay, and I could put it in a compare count window. So instead of having two alert windows like this, I put it in the compare count, and I just watch the tickers. Well, Siri, as far as potential short squeezes, I mean, the only thing I can suggest is, you know, starting off with the, oops. Well, okay, first of all, we do have a short squeeze channel. You can check that out without my having to do anything. So you click on, oh, how to add the strategies. Okay, I'll show you that. I see what you mean. So a Siri from the channel bar, or from click on new and then click on channel bar, and then one of the ones is short squeeze. Okay, you can take a look at that. Okay, short squeeze. Remember, it's a layout, so make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. So for instance, I click on the short squeeze, shorts feeling the panic, bigger short position, short head, you know, you just have to look at them. Most of them are going to be on the premise of the short float, okay, being high. And they've used, in this case, 17%. So 17% of the float is short. Okay, that's kind of the start. But you can take a look at it. Okay, so Sam, so just like I was saying here, I could take, see here, I've combined them, right? Basic, new highs and lows, but I could split them out. I could split that out and keep all these the same. If I just wanted the new highs, I would get rid of this, the new low. Okay, I would uncheck that. And then I also would make sure that the change from the open was positive, and never mind about that. So therefore, I would only be looking at stocks that are up for the day. Okay, hopefully I didn't do that. No, it didn't change anything. Okay, so I could have split it out. So I'd only see in this one window the basic new highs, and then I could flip it and only see the basic new lows. Once I've got that done, okay, so again, the concept of having two competing strategies, one on the upside, one on the downside. You know, you can look at earnings plays up versus earnings plays down as an example. Okay, just competing. You know, how you're going to do it, I can't tell you. You know, but just get the concept of having competing strategies. Once you do that, then new compare count window. So what you would have done is you would have first right-clicked. Oops, you would have right-clicked on say the first alert window, the one strategy. Right-clicked on it, collaborate, copy, and then you go to your compare count window, collaborate. It's in here right now. Okay. Okay, so that's where that came from. Okay, and then you just do the same thing with the competing one, and you just create it. Again, what you want to use to compete, obviously completely up to you. Well, that happens automatically as Siri when you save. If I save this to the cloud, save or share to cloud, save. Okay, so now if I go here, file, load from cloud, it's telling me right there. It's always going to show, you know, the last one right at the top here. Yes, you could do that. Yep, Sam, you could do that. Okay, a Siri, so it already shows it. It'll always show the most recent occurrence of whatever you're saving. So if I saved it again, it would go, 330, 120, and then 11, whatever, 1141. I wish it would replace it, but it doesn't do it. Yeah, it just had to. I mean, it has not been, I would call, the easiest trade. I mean, the trend is up. We have some little, some bottoming tails, topping tails here, but definitely CHPT, the trend is up. And it still has room. Look left on that daily chart. So those of you who, are into swing trading, you could look at this and go, it still has room to run. No, look at this one. Gap up and reverse. This gapped up, Fubo gapped up, and now is really reversing. Look at that big 15-minute candle. Dow is just barely positive, so we're getting a little disconnect now in the market. The tech, which has been beaten up, of course, over the last month or so, having a nice day. Old school stocks, just basically flat, and the SPY is up. No, it's not available to collaborate. No. Even though it looks the same, I mean, these windows look the same, but yeah, you cannot do it. Yeah, you cannot do that. For sure, you cannot do that. All right, well, BGCP. So again, just kind of waiting on to see if we get three winners out of that window, out of this scan today. We've got two great winners, BGCP 469. That's a great percentage move. It's up to 509. I mean, even if you don't get in right at 469 and you don't, get out right at the top, I mean, give me the middle 2/3. You can make a living. And of course, the Con 1846 before it pulled back got all the way up to almost $1 move. Great move. And just kind of waiting on the Neophotonics to see if it can take this area right up here, this 1209 later on. Zach, can you actually hear me now? You have me off mute? All right, guys, so it's getting close to my break, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just pop the YouTube link into the room if you want to head over there. And again, I encourage you, Wednesdays, that's when Michael Noss is in there. And, he's way better than I am in terms of using Brokerage Plus, maybe creating strategy, back testing them, things like that. Well, I shouldn't say, it's better. I don't do it anymore. I used to, but, I have no time. All right, so there is the YouTube link. If you want to head over there at some point. I'll be taking my break just before noon. I don't know about TAOP. That is a big pullback. It's basing nicely now, but this got as high as almost $15 in the pre-market. Acquisition of a China education stock. That was the news. It popped it up. It's a low float, 5.5 million in a float. Hopefully you're not still in this one. If you got up here, you had to stop. But the only thing I can say is, listen, if it maybe takes out 1089 or so, 1089 or so, the high's right there. It may have a shot to get back up. I don't mean up here, but at least to have a bit of a move. So, but right now, it's just doing nothing. Look at the volume. It's completely dried up. So even if it did that, you want to see some volume to pop it up. Yeah, Zerato, we do have a spread filter. Okay, right click, configure, and just type in spread. Okay. There's this. Can you see what I'm doing? Can you hear me, number one? And can you see what I'm doing? And then add the filter. And less than whatever, here's the max. You could put 5 cents if that's what you want right here. 5 pennies, so it's 5. So we call it the spread. Okay? Want to make sure. So did you get that, or do I have to do it again? It's okay if I have to do it again. Do it again. Just let me know. Okay, are you in a top list window? If you're using a top list window, it's not available. It has to be an alert window. Okay, so is it an A window or a T window? Spread is just the difference between the bid and the ask, and shoe. So like right there, there's the spread. 1060, 1066, it's a 6 cent spread. The bigger, depends on the price of the security. Okay? So when we talk about, it's a bad spread, depends on the price, of course. Apple, you don't expect a 1 cent spread. Difference between the bid and the ask. Because the theory is, if you want to buy this right now, you got to go in at 1067. You're already, in theory, your P&L would show you down 4 cents. In theory, okay? So, this is not a horrible spread. But for instance, if that was 1063, 1083, I wouldn't touch it. Yeah, we do scan the Canadian market, LV. Okay, Zerato, so that was probably the reason, okay? So yeah, you can't use the spread in a top list window. The reason being is that a top list window gets updated every 30 seconds. The spread remember, the spread is a moving target. The spread, even if you use the spread alert filter, the spread filter in an alert window, when you see it, you might get the alert and it might be 5 cents at the time, but half a second later, it could expand to 10 cents. But at the time of the real-time alert, the spread will be where you want it to be. But a half a second later, it could expand. Yeah, so this, you were talking about this red and green, etc. This is not available yet, I don't think, for you guys. Hopefully in the next beta, it will be available. It's just showing you that if you risked, in this particular case, I'm saying, okay, if I risk $5,000 on each trade, if I got in at 1068 and I made that stop right down there, I'd lose $100. Up here, I'd lose I'd make 200. The target is just double the stop. It's nothing scientific. No, there's no way to say the average spread over the last 10 minutes is a certain amount. No. No. The Canadian stocks. Okay, can you take a screenshot of this, LV? The reason I say that is I can't post it in the YouTube. I have to chop it up. It would help me if you can take a screenshot of this. I mean, I'll try. I just don't think. You know what? Maybe I can do it in stages. See if this will take. Nah. See. No, it might have. Okay, let's see if that worked. Okay, and then this. No, that didn't work. Sorry. I just can't paste it in there. It's the limitation in the YouTube. Okay, so if you can take a screenshot of this. It depends on the trader. It's too loaded a question, AT. Okay, I mean I'm a momentum trader, so but some people are pullback traders. So it really depends on the type of trader you are. There's no one. The only thing I would say is that don't have too many windows. But I mean, this is my favorite one right here, but I can't tell you if that's going to be your favorite. And as far as fundamentals are concerned for day trading, I would throw them out. I mean, because I often get the question or the comment, how could you have traded that piece of whatever today? They're going bankrupt. Didn't matter. Today they were having a day. So for me, fundamentals don't make any difference if I'm day trading. But the most basic, it's hard for me to say what the most basic setup. I would, the only thing I can recommend is not to have too many alert windows. Don't try to, cover so many. I've got like the basic new highs and lows. That's as basic as you get, but these are ideas, okay? These are ideas. They don't necessarily mean I get the alert, I pile into the trade. If you're new to trading, what I would do, if you can come into the room, I mean, it's a free room, you can kind of watch and see not just myself, but what other traders look at. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Michael Noss to show up. He should be presently 11:56 right now. Don't show farm to me, Poe. That was literally my number one thought today, before because I said to myself, okay, we watched this one yesterday. It didn't quite take out 9, but it was just hovering around. I said, wow, if it can take out 9 with any sort of enthusiasm, we might have something. It doesn't trade very much. And it actually was over the level I wanted in the pre-market, but it was only on 500 shares. So, I thought, okay. And then I just lost sight of it. Well, we have 4.2%. Okay, we have 4.2% for the short float. That's what our provider. Yeah, LV, I would, I'll make a case for you, okay, that you'll get that discount if you want to upgrade to a premium, okay? So my answer to you is yes. I am. Yes, I am, Sam. Now, SEAC, yeah, I don't know. I mean, they did the financing yesterday. What was it, $1.50, $1.45 or something? Well, again, what's the attraction of it? Look left. I mean, that's the whole attraction of it. Took up that 503, and you look left. I mean, 543. I mean, that's I think it's anywhere close to that. I didn't get it right at 469, okay, but my goodness, if it gets close to 540ish, that is a great, great percentage move. All
Okay, everyone, just getting everything geared up. Looks like that transition went well, which is good. And I just heard myself, so that's good as well. So now let's just switch to this, my desktop. Perfect. All right, so far so good. If everyone just let me just confirm with me that everything is coming through okay. Michael's sound is on. Thank you, Sam. And I see my screen there, so everything looks good. So again, just the initial rant that I give every time, in which, the reason that we're here is just to give Barry some time off, have him, take some time, finally stop talking for 5 seconds out of his day, and then we open up the room here to any sort of live Q&A you may have. So you have a full hour with me to ask any questions you may have about the software, about trading in general, about, I don't know, I'm a CMT now, so technical analyst type stuff. Ask away. And then, the last little rant that I give is that we very much appreciate when you ask questions, because we don't really prepare a whole lot coming into these Q&A sessions, because we want to leave them open till just to have everything. So we don't have anything that we're pushing or anything that we're planning. We just have, everything that's completely up to you guys. You guys will shape this conversation. And sometimes it goes some really cool places. Again, if you don't know who I am, my name is Michael Noss. I'll just type in the chat here, so that links to my YouTube and all of that. I've been using the product for 2006 till now is 15 years. Wow. So I've been using the product since 2006. I've been working and consulting with trade ideas since 2015. I'm primarily responsible for all the stats nerd type stuff with my CMT and my focus on algorithmic kind of trading. I do a lot of the stuff when it comes to building Holly and new indicators and new products and anything that's math driven. So I guess I'm the resident math nerd around here. So again, I'll just start answering questions as they come. We'll start shooting the shit. And again, if anything comes up along the way and you want to interrupt and ask questions, please feel free. It's why we open up the floor here for an entire hour. The first question is, do I primarily swing trade? I do. I scalp. I very heavily scalp the open. Nothing really that could be talked about too much or followed. Basically just scalping support resistance and a lot of old school type of things. More of an engagement tool, right? If I can make money off it, great. And more often than not, knock on wood, I do. But it's really to kind of keep me engaged and interested in the market and testing new strategies and things like this. And then most of my trading is swing trading, yeah. So I primarily swing trade in that I would say from my trading income, most of it comes from swing trading, whereas, let's say 70% from swing trading and 30 to 40% from day trading. And again, the day trading is kind of scalp heavy. So looking for areas of support and areas of resistance and things like this. For example, the 2-day VWAP here on Chewy, I've actually taken this trade kind of in this area in my real account. And then while I was getting the stream set up, I bought it in this paper account as well, just so I can keep an eye on it. Can you show us how Trade Ideas works with Brokerage Plus? Yeah, so this window you're looking at here is Brokerage Plus. So right now it's hooked to our simulated account, but it'll be the same if it's hooked to your Interactive Brokers account. Soon your E-Trade account. I'm testing E-Trade on my own right now, and it's working well on the long side. We just got to get the short side figured out as well. But that is coming along, and we're hammering away on it. It's getting to the process now where I trade it for a couple days, and then I go back to them with feedback, and they fix it right away because they're not big problems. They're a lot of little problems, and we go back and forth. So you can do a couple things with Brokerage Plus. You can just enter trades. So let's just buy, again, this is paper money, so we can just hit the button all we want. So let's buy another 250 shares of Chewy. And that will go through in just a second you see it just popped up there on the simulated trader. Same thing would happen if I had it hooked to my Interactive Brokers account. The interface is the same, which is great because then you can learn on this interface, and then regardless of what broker you decide to go with, you can figure that out easily because it's the same thing. You can also do things like if I wanted to, let's see, what do I have selected? Stop at today's low. You can also set up these little order entry scripts in which, for example, if I wanted to buy more, no, let's do a different stock. Just to be interesting, let's do a different stock. Let's do Apple. And let's say I want to buy Apple if it breaks out over 123.50 for whatever reason. That's my synopsis. You can see that it put out a entry order. It also put out a stop order And what had happened behind the scenes is that it calculated based off the risk that I told it to calculate off of my share size. So if I say, hey, I want to take this trade, but I only want to risk $100 on it, whatever your risk per trade is, doesn't matter. It will do all of that math for you. So if now on Apple we break 123.50, it will buy enough shares that if I get stopped out, I will lose that amount. I can also just enter and exit trades by right-clicking. So if I wanted to delete that and say I was a little less patient, and I want to buy Apple now, but I still want to put the stop at the low of the day, and I still want to do all of that, I can just right-click. Sorry, I did that a little fast. Right-click, and then I hit buy using stop at today's low, which is a little entry script that I set up, and then I click the button. You can see I have a $100 risk per trade in there. So that $100 risk per trade is calculated for me. So it took 48 shares because it says, okay, here's where you're going to get filled. Here's where you're going to get stopped. He's looking to risk $100. Let's take, rounded, but let's take as close as we can to make sure that that risk is being calculated. And then from there, you can fully automate it trade. So if you have, do I have anything that looks okay? Let's load up just something. But say you build a strategy, wherever that strategy comes from. This is one that I was working on that's kind of a triangle trading strategy, but let's see. And you build it and you use the back tester and you come up with something that you're like, yep, that's interesting. That's something I want to have trade it for me. You can feed that back into the system and have that traded. So those are the kind of three primary ways that you can trade with Brokerage Plus. And you can see they're all some degree of automation. They're either full automation or partial automation or fully discretionary, and then anywhere in between. And that's kind of what we're going for, because that helps with all kinds of different clients depending on what their trading styles are, what their trading goals are, and they can go from there. I like to do kind of a hybrid approach in which I scan the night before and I pick the symbols that I want to have the robot trade for me, and then I feed them into a list and say, hey, look at these 10 symbols for me, and if they do something that I'm interested in on an intraday basis, then take a trade. And again, that's kind of scratching the surface, right? You can get real fancy with things, but that's the high level on how you can trade with Brokerage Plus. Am I in any swings right now? I am in a bunch of swings right now. I can bring over, let me zoom this in here. Swing trading's been a bit choppy, I guess. Recently, this is a real account that I have. So one I entered yesterday was Denny's. I entered, or DEN. So it's Dunbury. It's a crude thing. I just call it Denny's. I'm entered in some there. Let's actually look at them so we can look at the charts a little bit better. I'm in some INO. I picked that up yesterday, I think, or the day before. Basically just playing off this support area on INO. It seems to be a big area. So I picked some up here. It's one of those that if I'm wrong, I know right away when I'm wrong and I can get out. And if I'm right, the thing's really got a chance. So probabilities on that one may not be the best, but the risk reward's phenomenal. So I see the RBI, GBI scan, and let me actually open up that. But while I open up that, I will do the profit factor question. Let's just do a 5-minute RBI, because some these take some time to populate. GBI. So a question on how profit factor is calculated, and that is both in our Brokerage Plus, you can see right here, and it's also a way that you can evaluate backtests. So what profit factor does is it sums all of your winner and then divides them by all of your losers. So say, for example, you took all of your winners in a strategy and you added them all up and they made $300. And then you took all of the losers that happened in that same strategy and you sum them up and they equaled $100. Then your profit factor is 3. So then just following that math, anything greater than 1 is a profitable profit factor. Anything kind of 1.5 to 2 is good. It's something you should look into. If you're ever up over 5 to 10, you may have done something wrong in back testing. However, if you look right here, that's basically just saying that if I take these winners, they're way bigger than this one loser kind of thing. So it's a way to evaluate, because risk reward on its own is very important, but it's not everything. And then win rate is irrelevant, right? You could have a 90% win rate and lose money, and you can have a 10% win rate and make money. So win rate's completely irrelevant. Risk reward on itself is better, but still not the whole story. So profit factor basically combines risk reward and profit and loss together so that you get something that's, makes sense, and you can say, okay, this is a profitable strategy or not. I'm still waiting for an RBI or a GBI to come in there. But essentially, I can just draw out what the pattern looks like, I guess. But essentially, when we're looking at the RBI GBI scan, which you can find if you go under new, and this is for premium members, and RBI GBI, you can see these here. And essentially what it's looking for is a big, strong upper candle, and then a kind of tight little inside candle, usually of the opposite color. So if this is a green bar, this will be a red bar, and then is looking for that to be continuation. Now, if you break this down, and this is what's interesting about candlesticks, is that they're fractal, right? Is a daily candle is made up a bunch of 30-minute candles, and a 30-minute candle is made up of two 15-minute candles, which is made up of three 5-minute candles, which is made up of five 1-minute candles. It's just, everything's fractal all the way down. So an RBI setup or a GBI setup, if you scroll into a longer time frame, is a bull or bear flag. So here is TRP, and you can see this is a GBI setup, and this one just came through. That's why I'm grabbing this one here. So you can see a down push, and then a little inside day or a little inside bar, and then it looks like some continuation may happen. So the way you look at these is basically, the sellers are in control here. The buyers have come back to push it up, but they didn't really get much going. They couldn't push it up very high, and then you're looking for a continuation that way. That's the game plan. Just like any candlestick setup, it makes sense in context of where's support, where's resistance, what's the trend, what's the story of the day, is there room for this to go? Like everything, right? A setup or an entry candle is one step of a multi-step swing trading process. Hope that makes sense. If you have anything more, let me know. But yeah, it's kind of a go and then a pause, and then you're supposed to be looking for a continuation from there. I like them. I like them on the daily charts more than most things, where you have a big strong day and then an inside day, and then you look to see if that's going to kind of continue into the next day. What's my process for opening a swing position? Well, my process is to look at what my trading plan is and decide. I scan each night using trade ideas for that situation, for that scenario. I go through and I say, okay, let me go through and scan for a handful of scans that I have. One of my favorites right now is just something that I took from Steve and Andy, which is just called the A table, which I'm sure they've given. It just looks for incredibly strong stocks, and I'll scan through those. And I have a couple patterns that I look at. Most of them are some form of consolidation type pattern. They're looking for like how Carr looked here. You're very stereotypical, as you're kind of taught in any type of trading course. Is you've got something like Carr, which is a nice strong stock, then it had this pullback and consolidation. So this is something that I was interested in. I'm not in this one. I didn't take it, but it was definitely on my list to take over, this downtrending line. So I would have Trade Ideas watch this and say, hey, if it's breaking this yesterday's high, then take a trade. And it may be just as simple as you could click to buy the way I showed you earlier and just put it above that candle, and then you're kind of done for the day. Now this one, right, it's trying to put the stop the low of the day, so it's messing things up a bit. But if you were looking on it this day, I can actually just move it too. It would say, all right, I'm going to buy it if it breaks this area. My stop's going to go right here, and then, walk away until either your stop gets hit or a few days goes by and you decide whether or not you want to take profits or get stopped out or however you want to make the trade. But it really does all start with a trading plan, right? If you don't have a written trading plan, don't trade. And that's harsh, but in my opinion, is very important. And if you're struggling, this is something that I did with my wife that Trade Ideas kind of put on, in which we have a 36 lesson free trading course that you can take a look at there. And at the very end of it, if you understand all the parts of technical analysis and everything already, we talk about going through and building a trading plan. So you can check that out. But it really is, every profitable trader I've ever met has some sort of trading plan, either mentally or written down. I think every new trader should have a written trading plan and then internalize it after that. But you need to know what you're scanning for, or else even if the best scanning tool exists, which I think Trade Ideas is, you're not going to really know what it is to look at. Yeah, Sam, I would add the inside day scan to it, and you can add inside days with custom filters. You just, compare today's high versus yesterday's high and today's low versus yesterday's low. And if you run that scan at the end of the day, it will find a bunch of inside type of days. I wonder if I have that on this account, or is that yeah, so all of these, and they're kind of gross here, but all of these are forming inside days right now. And then from there, you can try to get to see. I just think there is something to the whole, looking for areas of congestion. An inside day is just an area of congestion. I was just saying that if you want to build on the daily kind of RBI, GBI scan, your best bet is probably to build an inside day custom, in which you can just say, I want. So basically what I'm doing is I'm just subtracting today's high versus yesterday's high and subtracting yesterday's low from today's low and just setting both of those to 0. So it just means that today's high is lower than yesterday's high and today's low is lower than yesterday's low. And you just get all of these stocks that are building inside days. Do I have any auto trading, buying and selling? Yeah, I don't enter a lot of the trades myself. As I kind of mentioned, alluded to a little earlier, is what I do is I build a list at night of stocks that I'm interested in having the robot trade the next day. And then I feed that into the auto trader and just let it run, in which it's those are the actual customs too, Sam. So I'll leave that open for a second. If you just actually like high or T underscore high, subtract high underscore P, and same with the low, make sure there are lower cases. But yeah, so I tell the robot often, I say, hey, these are symbols that I think have a chance to move the next day if XYZ occurs. It could be a break of a 2-day VWAP, could be a break of the prior high or a break of the prior low or something like that. Cool. And then I just feed those into the system. And then as they're kind of printed towards me, then I can manage the trades as they come just by dragging the stop loss. Like if you see on the on the system here on Apple. So for example, if I wanted to move my stop to break even, all I have to do is grab this stop line and just pop it right up here. And that will move. Let's do it on this one to make it, no, it already moved. So yeah, I can just grab the stop and I can just move it around. And that's how I'll manage most of my swings, where I'll just drag them under the lows of the prior candles or consolidation or something like that. So for me, it's a lot of using Trade Ideas robot to auto enter things that I've kind of thought are a good idea already. So semi-automation. I still believe that there's no set it and forget it type of algorithm in which you just hit a button and that's it, and it just trades for you and away you go. Because what robots are really good at is removing emotion, and they're really good at monitoring a lot of stocks at the same time. They're really good at parsing massive amounts of data. But when it comes to the interpretation of context and things like that, I still think that's where humans shine. Right. So I try to, we say it all the time. If you've ever listened to any Trade Ideas webinar ever, you've probably heard the whole Paul Tudor Jones man and machine comment. And that's really what we believe here, where there's the combination of the two of those that kind of will make the most type of sense. Oh, no worries, Sam. So Sam's just thanking for a video I posted, and if you guys are interested, just while there's no questions, I just posted a video that Sam requested, and I have a little blog post here too about my favorite trading books and why that is. I'm actually recording another one after we're done here, Sam, about my favorite psychology books, because I believe those are probably even more important than most. It's like everything is kind of psychology when you boil it down to it, especially trading, right? Trading, if you want to know who you really are, start trading. Right? It will kind of shine that light on the bad parts of you. So yeah, so I did the same format. I've got 5 books that are trading books, and I'll record that after this and edit it tomorrow, and then upload it for some time in the weekend. And I'll send out to my email list. So on that webpage, I have an email list. If you want to, I'll send that out to you guys. Oh, and anyone who comes to my Sunday live streams, I won't be doing it this Sunday because of the holiday. Me and the wife are renting a cabin somewhere and getting away from tons of monitors and things like that. But yeah, some good book recommendations, I think, there for sure. Yeah, trading can be hard on the emotions for sure, and that's why I try to automate. That's why I love Trade Ideas so much, is try to remove that emotional aspect from things. So again, guys, we got any questions at all? Or what's our bets on GME here? I did this analysis with these VWAPs going on here. If you guys didn't know, you can anchor a VWAP from anywhere on a chart just by using this little anchor button on the top of your chart here. That's available to both members. Essentially what it will do is it will give you what's the average price of market participants at a certain point. So let's actually go and do this live. Let's just delete these. I'm starting to get more and more obsessed with this anchored VWAP. I've always had, great respect for Brian Shannon, who's kind of the godfather, I guess, of this. type of analysis, but the more I've been playing with it, the more I see that there's certainly something here. So, for example, if you wanted to say from this high on GME, where is the average participant, right? Are they mostly up here and they're in trouble, or are they mostly down here and they're profitable, right? If you just want to get kind of a sentiment or a mood, you can go and click on this guy right here, and I can just say from this high, let me click, and you see it draws a line from there. Now, this line would be the same as it's going. It's not doing any backing and filling. So you can see how interesting it would be if you would accumulate it kind of on that line there at 100. What a good one that would have been. And the same with this right here. That would have been a good area as well. One that's interesting to me is if you anchor another VWAP. Let's do that from this high right here, this craziness that happened this day. You can see that that was resistance a couple days ago, and it's kind of, the sword of Damocles right here. So it'll be interesting to see. My bet is going to be if we break and close above this, things could maybe get wacky again. Full disclosure, I'm still in some. I was long, as people who follow me, I've mentioned a few times, but anytime I talk about a stock and I'm in it, I think it's just right to say that. I'm in from this area, from the 40s, and sold a little bit here and then sold a little bit here, and I think I sold a little bit here. So I've got a little bit left that I'm just kind of holding just to see more than anything. David's asking if we can put in volume by price. That's something that we're actually planning on doing, is building out a lot more on the charts. More indicators are coming, more more indicators are happening, more things like that, additions to, because there's some things that our charting just can't do right now. That's something we're going to add. Automated anchored VWAPs are going to be coming. Basic indicators that we're missing once we build in some more functionality like stochastics and MACD and all of those things are going to be building in. That's actually one thing that I'm doing here with Trade Ideas now is, again, the math guy. So they're having me build in some of these different indicators and oscillators and things like that for people who use those. I'm not a massive fan of all of that stuff, although this anchored VWAP thing has really, really got me interested. The more I play with it, the more I see it work in real time, and the more I'm kind of interested in going as well. Philip's saying Fubo. What's going on with Fubo? Fubo. Oh, Fubo's. Oh, that's interesting. So there's a little, that's our breakout point there at 20. Looks like we came all the way down to that. We're holding it. We're trying. We're trying to hold that 20. So that's an interesting one. Yeah, David, we've been building our charts from the ground up, and we're primarily a scanning and an auto trading platform. So we've been focusing on those, but now that we're going to be building some more tools that will allow me to put some more stuff into the system, we're going to build out the charting side of everything as well. Futures traders asking for Keltner channels. Keltner channels are already in, right? I'm not crazy with that. I built them. They should be in here. Indicators, Keltner channels, and then add. So there's your Keltner channels. Built in and good to go. Now for scanning with Keltner channels, if it's daily, you could do it now with a custom. If it's 15-minute, you could do it as well. We'd have to build in more scans for other things, but there's a whole another thing that I can't really talk too much coming that we'll be able to pre-build scans like that for you. But yeah, so a Keltner channel is just generally a 10 period moving average plus or minus 2 ATRs. So it's very simple. So we have the 10 period moving average, and we have average true range inside of that. So depending on what you're scanning for, you could, on a daily basis, you could build in a plus or minus 2 ATRs. Yeah, I can't talk too much about everything we're working with, but what it will be is something that you guys can't really customize because of the complexity of it, but pre-built scans that we can build for you guys that are requested enough based off of things that the current system can't currently do. We're trying to supplement it with this other system. So it'll be cool. Just don't ask anyone for any ETAs because it's a very alpha work in progress. But again, we're planning on doing them. Yeah, so again, a daily chart, we can do Keltners. Longer than that, we can't do Keltners yet. I do something that's kind of a Keltner on the daily. It's a Keltner Bollinger Band. Some people call it a TTM squeeze, or I've heard it referred to as a couple different names, but it's looking for stocks that the Bollinger Bands are inside the Keltner channels, which is just a, kind of shows things that are tightening. But yeah, there's no rest for the wicked here at Trade Ideas, that's for sure. We're always we understand that this industry never stops, so that if we stop and just rest on our morals, it won't be good in the long run. So we're constantly pushing and building out new things, new broker integrations, new systems for me to play with and push things to you guys, and better charts, and we're going, that's for sure. This Chewy here is basing. You could build, again, for 15 minutes. You could build Bollinger Bands inside Keltner channels for the 15-minute chart. It wouldn't just need to be a custom. So what we call, let me bring this in here. What we call configure volatility. These filters here are essentially the average price a stock moves in a 15-minute period. So since it's an average, if you were to take a moving average and just add or subtract the average from it, that would be your Keltner channel. And then we already have Bollinger Bands for 15-minute as well, so you could definitely build something out there. For options, no, we're not planning on ingesting. Before we would do options, we would do futures, Forex, crypto, that type of thing. What you have to remember for options is the amount of data to ingest is absolutely huge, which is fine for platforms that aren't doing much with that data except displaying it to you. Like your broker, for example. For someone like us, that every data point we have, we do a whole bunch of calculations on it. Those average option volume filters, for the time being, will be the kind of what you'll see. And again, over time, anything can happen, but that's not currently on the docket, just because, again, it's just insane quantities of data, right? For each symbol that's optionable, you could have hundreds of tickers and some that are coming into existence and out of existence all the time. Not saying it's not a worthwhile pursuit, just saying that the amount that would have to, we'd have to beef up the servers to do that. We're working on beefing up the servers to make them better for overnight kind of action, and to help things out. there, and that may allow some kind of longer term projects. Are there any new alerts and filters in the pipeline? Yeah, we're looking at adding some exponential moving averages. They're, again, the data flow of them, they're not that dissimilar from regular moving averages, but the calculation requirements are way higher. So again, it's one of those things that we ingest and we calculate so much data that before we bring on any filters, we need to make sure it doesn't break anything and it doesn't, crush any of our servers, and it won't mess with Holly and our overnight process. And so everything just needs to be tested. But there's a couple that we're thinking of. So some that we can build with customs. I want to put in the system for non-customs, like float rotation. I think would be a cool one, right? Anything we can build right now with customs would be an easy one. But step one is we've seen this massive growth at Trade Ideas over the last 2 years. And so we just need to make sure that, again, obviously a good problem to have. We just need to make sure that our servers will be able to handle anything else that we can put into it, and that we're adding out more servers at a true enough rate. But yeah, the primary work going forward will be the new integrations with new brokers, the charting, this new service that's going to come out fairly soon, which will be an email alert service for people who, basically don't want to install or use a program. They just want picks, for lack of a better term. So a bunch of things that, if you're not signed up to a Trade Ideas email list, certainly go do that. Let me get you something to do that with. And we'll definitely email you if you're signed up to, let's just go Trade of the Week. Yeah, if you sign up for the Trade of the Week, which is a good free pick that you get every week, right? There's no risk to that one, and that will get you on our email list. And then anything that we come out with that's new and fancy and awesome, we'll email you out that. Also, again, not to plug my channel, but the Stats Edge Trading, if you click on that, it will bring you to my channel. When you're done watching in the room, don't leave the room, do that. But it will, I like to make videos on anything that comes out that I think is super new and cool. So you can stay tuned to that channel as well and get some information there. I do a video every day, and then I do a live stream on the weekend, usually not this weekend because of everything that's going on with the holidays, and again, just getting away from computer screens for a weekend. But normally, that's what happens. Why are the discretionary long trades showing up my simulated trades position? So if you have anything here that says under strategy, if I put that in discretionary long, it means it's a trade that you entered in one way or another. So it means that either you entered it through the order entry. Where is this strategy name? Whoa. There. Right, so you can see these two said discretionary long, and that's just because I entered them by clicking this button, any of these buttons right here. It could be something that through a disconnect, it forgot where it came from. But discretionary long basically just means that it was a discretionary trade. So it's something that you took that isn't linked to a strategy within your strategy tab, right? So again, these things, these two up here, and this does cause some confusion, but these two up here, they can't trade. They're not trading vehicles. They're just accounting lines to account for trades that you took in some sort of discretionary fashion. And Wafu was going insane today, wasn't it? Yeah, that's just not something I would. For power hour, maybe it's wild, right? It's one of those things. As long as we hold above VWAP, that's fine. We're obviously in a bit of a congestion here on the intraday. Right, we've got highs here at 15 that it's been struggling with. We got lows there at 14 that it's been struggling with. So as long as it was in here, I really wouldn't do much with it. If it, broke out and then retested or broke down and then retested, that might be your play. But right now, it's just kind of in the middle of some junk. And power hour is too far away to kind of call for that stuff. But these wicks up here just kind of let me know that there's somebody in there that, as the price is pushing higher, they're choosing this is their area to take profits, and that area has been enough at least twice to cause it to fail. You never know when these guys are done. It could just, ideally, you want to see, just because there was a couple wicks before, you want to see it break and hold up there just to test to see if that guy, them, they, whoever's pushing this down is gone, basically. And it makes sense, right? It could be just a day trader, right? Someone who was loading up in this area today is now up 50% in this area and is just taking his 50% intraday gainer. Could be bag holders from this giant move here. But how we talked about inside days, this is kind of an interesting one too, where we had the big move, we had a little inside day, and if you took the break of the low of that inside day, you had a pretty good day trade to the short side there. Oh, hold on. There's something under my desk, and my dog is very upset. He can't go under there and lie down. There you go, bud. There. Life's better now? All right, good boy. Oh, no problem. And again, the last words on something like Wafu is that these things are nuts. And with the current halt rules in place, that causes stocks to halt all the time. Just be very, very careful. How can I scan for 2-day doji? You could, but only at, let me think, only at night. And that would be using, I can get you some doji customs, and I'll paste them in the chat here, because basically the custom formula editor can reference today's data and yesterday's data, and currently that's it. So you could go through and say, I want today's day and yesterday's data, and I want a doji today and I want a doji yesterday, but that would be about it. Let me see and go from there. So you would use, and I'll put 2 of these, there'll be 2 customs in here. And then from these 2 customs, you can build the other ones too. So here is custom 1, and here is custom 2. And for these, you would set a minimum of probably 30 and a maximum of 70. And then what you would do for the other ones is, instead of low P, which is previous day, and high P and low P, you would set low T, which would be referencing today's data, in the same kind of a format. So you just have to copy these and remove, replace this with price and replace this with low T and high T and low T from there. And that would be today's data, and then do the same thing, and it would shrink that as well. So a bit of a two-step process. Does Holly have an inside day strategy? Holly 2.0 does. I think it's called pushing the spring, but it's made for a kind of a wide range that then shrinks to a narrower range and then tries to get some continuation into a big one. However, I haven't seen that one in 2.0 recently, so I may need to go take a look at it and give it some love. This separation from the 8 strategy in 2.0 has been one of my favorites. Just the revision to the mean that's kind of happening in this choppy market. You can see Hog has been a fan favorite today. A couple different trades. Oh, no worries, Sam. Yeah, Corsia, if that's how that course company. I was watching that trade earlier. What's the symbol? PESC or something? No, that's not it. Yeah, it's a crazy mover. I don't really trade IPOs generally the day of. I'm a big fan of IPOs kind of after the first week. RBLX, for example. I got a little bit of Roblox kind of in here, out here type of trades. As a technician, I need something to play off of. And on that first day, other than 1 minute charts, there's not an incredible amount to trade off of. So not saying it can't work. That's just a personal preference type of a thing. So we got another 15 minutes. Feel free to ask questions, guys. Feel free to ping away if you got any problems with the software that you need help with. If you've got any questions about trading, if you've got any questions for a CMT, then fill your boots. Go right ahead. This Lulu. Yeah, so this popped up on that RBI scan too, and it's the same thing. A big, strong push up and a little inside day, showing some congestion here. Lulu, very technically sound bounce here, where we came right down to the last two bottoming tails and we bounced there again. Overall, it's a decent looking chart. It would have to get over 320 before I think it'd be too interesting. What else was I watching today? I was watching WVE to see if we'd get up into the gap. I scalped a little bit in this area earlier in the day, and then it just came right back down to the VWAP, so there's nothing there. But if that gets going again, I may be interested as well. If we can hold above 6, just because we've got this. Basically, my thoughts on WV, and I usually don't bottom pick, so this may actually turn out bad, but I was actually involved in this stock over 10. I got out some around 11, and then I got hit pretty hard on this gap down on the rest. It was one of those that, thankfully, because I had taken out some, it wasn't that net. It wasn't that bad of a trade. But then you can see this kind of slow grind down and then another gap down, which just kind of makes me think that this may be then overdone, and you might just get a kind of rubber band move to see if it gets back to test the low of this gap. So I'm just going to see, basically, if we can close a day up into this gap, I may just kind of take a swing scalp shot to see if it gets to this one. Do you have a custom for max percentage up for the day? I'm not too sure what you mean. Now you could just run a custom, and again, I can send you a video to go over exactly. I don't have one for it, but you could build one very easily that says, let me look at yesterday's close and then today's high, I guess would be the best way of doing it. Of course, one of those you wouldn't know until after the fact, but so that would be the yesterday's close and then today's high divide it by price, basically. Where is this support? I can't see a use for it for my own trading, so I don't have one built. But if that's what you're looking for, you could certainly build that. Let me just see. It would look something like create. So again, these go to these here, so you can open up these, and this will show you everything. It's kind of, if you can get it here, you'll have the ability to reference it within customs, and if you can't see them here, then you can't. So you could take something, and I could say I want to take where is this? I want to take today's high, which should be here somewhere. Yeah, so I could take today's high, and then I could subtract the most recent close. And this would just be, you know, play around with this, obviously, as you see fit. Take away the most recent close, and then divide that by, what, the most recent close? Times 100. Max up percent. See, I don't know if that's what you're after, but if it is, that would be a that'd be a start, right? It would get you how much the stock, the high of the day, was compared to the recent close. So it would be like change, except for it would be looking at that high of the day. All right, Rubicon. I just, with Holly Pro account, I'm using for auto trade just to see how it performs. I don't understand is I have a brokerage plus enable strategy in the AI. The problem is I don't understand where to look to see the profit and loss. So let me get you our intro to brokerage plus video just to start with, so you can watch that at your own pace, and then we'll take a look at it. First of all, Rubicon, let's make sure you are paying. What data plan are you paying Interactive Brokers for each and every month? If you're not paying for a data plan out of your pocket, then nothing will work correctly, unfortunately. But that's just that's how the system is. On IB's side, that's how the system's built. Now, if you want to see the trades you're in and you're up or down, you'll just click on the positions tab, right? And that will show you any trade that you're in, and what the open P&L is and close P&L. If you want to, in the sim, same thing, right? You'll go to your positions tab, and everything that you see here will be the positions that you're in. You can right click and change the column, so you can add or remove any information that you think is interesting or not. I would still, that video that I posted above you will still apply. It will walk through how to do all of this. Just ignore any time I talk about IB for now. And then I made the video, so I know what it goes through, and it will do a good job of saying, here is, here is the positions tab and how you get to it. But that's where all your information is going to be displayed for what you're in. You can go into executions tab as well. And if you don't have any of these tabs, you can just go new, and all of the tabs are here. Your execution tab will show you any trades that were made today. So if this is blank and this is blank, it means just nothing was entered, which either means that your setup was incorrect, and just watch that video, and that will teach you how to do all that for tomorrow. Or maybe you just set it up after Holly has made all her trades for the day. She's usually done around noon each day, with maybe some power hour type of thing after that. Oh, no worries, Sam. But yeah, I would take your time if you haven't watched that video yet, and just sit, it's about 30 minutes. Just go through and again, fast forward any of the bits, save it, but fast forward any of the bits that talk about IB for now. And then when you're ready to go with IB, you'll be able to go back and go from there. Should I let Holly by the end of the day then? I don't know. Don't know what you mean by that. You should be, right? If you're going to be giving a system your money, you should be able to monitor it in real time. And just to, again, the whole combination of man and machine is definitely the way to trade. And if something happens, you definitely want to be there to intervene when and if it does. So I'm not too sure what you mean by that, but I would be monitoring all the time. And then, again, taking the walkthrough in that video and making sure that you understand how to set it up and that you have to turn it on each day and how to change your entry strategies or your entry prices to make sure that they make sense to you. All of those types of things. And it's I was confused that I was in the position tab and I have -2 in the strategies tab. I have 30. Well, whatever's in the positions tab is what your positions are, both in and out. So whatever you have in your positions tab are the trades, but make sure you're going through and tracking them, right? Nobody would just let a robot trade for them and not track what it's doing. So make sure you're going through and seeing your entries and exits and maybe where you could have stepped in to improve and all of that, and that you're calculating those, and that's in your trading journal and all of that. But the positions tab would be the kind of total trades that happened that day. That's going to be kind of the be all and end all of what's going on there. How to backtest a strategy and the low at the time of the trigger signal as a stop. I'm not too sure what you mean there. Basically, to backtest, you just need to first build whatever you want in an alert window and then go from there. But I don't know what you mean. End the low of the time of trigger. Oh, at the low of the day. If you're looking to put the stop at the low of the day when you backtest, if I got that right, under risk management, just use a filter and make that filter above low. So this one here, and then that will make sure that your stop is going at the low of the day. So I hope that was it. I think Barry's pinging me here to take back over. It was nice chatting with y'all. I hope everyone has a good long weekend. Be careful trading tomorrow. I have just noticed kind of personally that the last day into a long weekend is usually pretty choppy. The lower volume can be kind of sloppy. So just be careful, right? It's one of those days that is fine to trade, of course. It's going to be open. But just there's so many people that are going to be taking longer weekends and things like that. The volumes are a little low, and when volume's a little low, things can get a little whippier. So if you're a kind of an intraday type of a scalper, you just need to know that it's going to be a lower volume day. So, getting wicked out of things is much more of a possibility and that type of thing. I usually don't trade that day going into long weekends, or if I do, if I feel the itch to scalp in the morning, it will be, the first 20 minutes to an hour, I'll scalp, and then I just kind of call it a day and move on from there. Just waiting for Barry just to confirm that he's up on his side, because if I shut it down and he's not there, it'll kick you all out, and that won't be ideal. All right, guys. So that's confirmed. So again, it was great chatting with you. Everyone trade safe out there, and I'm here every Wednesday. If you like hearing me talk, and if you don't worry. There'll be a new guy every day but Wednesday. So see you later.
Auto trading, etc. I hope you went over to the YouTube room for that hour. Well, this DCTH, this was a really strange one this morning. It's just triggering again, making new lows, market hour lows. It's an earnings play. You can see, look what it did. I mean, it got all the way up to 20. I mean, craziness. I have no idea. Man, oh man, I mean, that's crazy. $26, the initial reaction to earnings, and then all of a sudden it just dropped. It's hard for me to believe that that's real, but I don't know. I didn't see the candle. I'm not sure if that was just a flash topping tail and right back down, or was it a solid green candle on the way up? If so, I mean, that's ridiculous. You were watching it? Okay. Mr. Real, nice of you to make an appearance. All right, Michael, I don't know if you've stopped. Okay, stopped. Okay, so you guys now can hear me in the YouTube room. Okay, great. Rubicon, I hope he answered your questions. Because if he couldn't answer your questions, I know I will not be able to. But hopefully you understood what he was saying. Even rail, I mean, it seems late, it seems late, but what's high looking left? I mean, it's got room. It's got some room, 674. It seems late. Yeah, again, famous last words. I mean, look at this. Look at this thing rip here. Oh, guys, I mean, I just want to see some volume though on the NPTN. It popped. I mean, it's right there, but there's no volume. I mean, this could start to run, but I'm just a little reluctant with no volume. You see what I'm talking about here? I mean, the NPTN is a nice little move here, but there's just no volume accompanying it. Yeah, we're all over that CHPT reel. The other ones were the BGCP, Con. These are from my scanner, my options plays. Con. Waiting on this Neophotonics NPTN at 1206. Even Under Armour to a certain extent, 1830 got up to 1860. Yeah, look, check the float out. Check the float for that one. That's what I was saying to people. I mean, oh no, that's the wrong one. What was the one I was thinking of? I was thinking of Con, sorry. The float on Con was so low. Yeah, I can verify it. He actually said, because I was looking, I was itching to get in it right on that 25 break. And he actually said something about wait for the 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart to touch it. It was around, I think it was around 2580 or 2480. That's the 15. Anyway, it did, and then it ran from there. Solid kudos. All right, guys, there is a little bit of volume coming in on that 2-minute, a little bit, NPTN, a little bit coming in on the 5. What time is it right now? 109. This has 6 minutes to close. If I got the right, yeah. So this was an IPO, I guess, back here. When you say what's up, I don't know. Not much. Oh, I see. Because it has some room. It has some room. 13 over here, 14 over here. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the Neophotonics. Yeah, because, listen, I think actually it was on the watch list as a short. Okay, as a potential short if it kept moving down. After the big another down day yesterday. So I was looking at it's probably thinking, man, if it could take out this 550, This might be because it was an all-time low. It just happened to pop, that's all. This one has a miserable day yesterday, the GRTS, trying to come back a little bit. And a lot of volume. Yeah, look at that 2-minute chart. Zach is talking about a million share block or something. All right, guys, it is time for me to change my headset, so just give me a moment. All right, that was fast. Sort of. I mean, I know the symbol. Yeah, look at that day consolidation. Yeah, no kidding. That's a big uptick. So we do not have a disconnect today. Disconnect meaning all the indices are up. I mean, Viacom is still, no, I shouldn't say still. It's going to take a while. Yeah, I mean, as we said, as we were talking about it earlier, this is not, a company that's necessarily going out of business. I mean, you would think something was really dramatically wrong with the company itself, but you have to understand why this is happening, with that hedge fund unraveling, driving the stock price down, and then other brokers, other financial institutions having shares, seeing their positions drop. I mean, it's just what a catastrophe. So you need the filters, right? You need the columns. Is that what you're talking about? Just adding the columns, and then you can see what the current position is in both of them? So I mean, if you take if I took a top list, or it doesn't matter, an alert window, and BB. So position in the 15 minute, okay, right there, and then show the column, right? So that'll show the position, the current position. And the same thing with the change from the 8 period SMA. Is that what you mean? Okay. Okay, good. And then obviously just the change, the other one, the change 8 period. Oh, change. Jeez. Oh, really? That I can't help you with. If you're getting bad results, I'm not sure I can help you with that. That is reals, baby, okay? Okay, Gordon, let me just see if I can help you. So are you in the simulator? So when you highlight it and flatten, nothing happens. All right, let me just take a trade, okay? I just want to take one, and let's make sure that it is working on my end. I'll take 600 shares. I'll buy it at the market. Okay, I now highlight it, I flatten it, and it is gone. So it's definitely working. Well, okay, I'll do VT. It doesn't really matter. I mean, the concept should be exactly the same. I'll take 600 shares at the market, BTSI. I'll go and I'll flatten it, and it's gone. So yeah, maybe just reload. Okay, well let's do one. Let's create one. Yeah, maybe just okay, then reload or something. I really don't know how I can help you if that's happening. Is it the only stock you've got there, or do you have a whole bunch of them? I wonder if you've exceeded your 100,000 limit or something. I don't know. It's in the simulator though, right? It's in the simulator. Just give me a moment. I have to change headsets again. Sorry. Gosh, I'm on mute. Oh man, sorry about that. Son of a. So I was eyeballing some of these real. Okay, so like the Wafu as an example. So they're 78% as an example. So I can see. I mean, there's you can't see it exactly, but there's the low of the lower edge of the Bollinger Band, and there's the upper. So there's the lower. Here's the price. That I'm just eyeballing it. Looks like it could be 78%. I went through a bunch of them. SSUS, 83%. So there's the lower, upper. Price is very close to the upper. That looks, again, just eyeballing it. I did the UMI. It looks like it's sitting right on the 80 MA, which would mean zero. There's really, when you say setting it up, I mean, as you know, there's really nothing more you can do other than having these columns, and hopefully these numbers are correct. Yeah, I mean, it still has a little bit of room to rail. I'm looking, again, get the alert at 626. Hasn't moved that much, but it still has a little bit of room to go. The next high looking left is 670 odd, and that is, if it got close, that'd be a tremendous percentage move. Yeah, so I don't. He might be adjusting these, but I mean, this is I mean, you look at here. So on the 15-minute Bollinger Band, so it's 60% above the top. So again, if you believe that something way above the Bollinger Band is eventually going to come back down, and then the change, the right here, sorry, 6% above the 8-period SMA. So you're looking. I mean, this is obviously looking for extended plays. So instead of 60%, okay. So you're just looking at Bollinger Band now. You're not looking at the SMA. Okay, so the comparison really, so you're now going 200% instead of 160%, and you're taking this out. You're taking out the SMA. And anything else you're doing? Comparing it? Volumes 200, okay. So you're putting more stock, pardon the pun, into the fact that it's way above the Bollinger Band as opposed to the SMA. Okay, well, let's see. Did you... So this is a topless window. Did you try on your alert window just to change this? Well, let's see if we get one first. Yeah, I mean, I don't, I don't know real. This is going to be out of my, can only rely on the data. Let me ask you this, were you getting any results? You just got CNSL? Really? As in literally just got it? How did you get it and I don't have it? Haven't changed anything. You know that if you use this relative volume, you'll get nothing in the pre-market. Oh, you had it on a historical date, you miserable. Oh, I see. Okay, you had it on. That'll be the reason. So you know you'll get nothing in the pre-market. You know that. Okay. Okay, so I mean, obviously it appears that it's working here. I mean, that looks like it should be 200% above the low, so... So I don't know how to answer your question, real. I mean, yeah, we can see. I mean, we would agree that this is, yeah. I mean, there it's saying right, 227%. I don't know. I mean, we can only rely on our data. I don't know, but I know you're not trying to use it in the pre-market. Okay. All right. One more kick for Neophotonics, maybe NPTN. I'm not sure what you can do to figure it out. I mean, if you want to use the 200%, I mean, this is, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe tomorrow I'll take a look also once the market opens and just check, to see where a stock is if we get an alert. Well, what you're saying Yeah, what you're saying is you know there were some above that you would have thought were way above, and you weren't seeing them. Okay. I'll have to wait till tomorrow, I guess. Maybe tomorrow, if you're here early enough, you can give me an example of a stock. Interesting, though, that you would create a top list because I know you're not a big proponent or a user of top lists. Come on, Neophotonics. I'm going to shamelessly plug this one. Green Power, GP on the move here. GP. What sort of room does it have? 25.90, about 26, so it's got a little over $1 to the next highs. Vancouver company, I believe. Yeah. Nah. You're going to want to forget that one reel. It doesn't even load into well, it does load into IB, I guess. I don't know how to trade it. Depends on what you mean by a lockdown. I've never really experienced a complete lockdown. I mean, the malls have always, well, always, but the malls have been open. You know, the restaurants are still, 50% capacity, though I know I'm hearing that maybe they're going to only allow patios. Yeah, okay. CHWY. Oh, I agree. I like top lists. I have some top lists that I really like. It's putting in the right position and ranges and things like that. It's just that I remember a while ago, you're saying, well, it's quite a while ago, I don't use stop lists. Okay, listen, guys, I'm gonna have to put myself on mute for about 5 minutes. Okay, so I'll be back at about what time is it right now? 1:40. So back at 1:45. Oops, very low. Just a second. Here we go. All right, I'm back. Well, things have definitely slowing down for me. Okay, let's take a look at this scan. So SGBX, okay. You got to be quick because this thing is going to update every 30 seconds. So you better. Now you can always freeze it. Okay, you can always freeze it so that you can take a look at it a little bit longer. But this also appeared here in your sort of your original one. Well, Neophotonics is not giving me what I wanted. Yeah, so the issue is this, configure. It's in the sort, okay? And I hate that. It must have defaulted to relative volume. You have to take this, in the sort, take it off relative volume, put it in price, anything else, okay? Just take it off the relative volume. Because even though you might think, even though you don't have it as a filter, you know, this sort can screw things up. So take it off, okay? In other words, sort on something else. I usually sort on price. Okay? So then you can use it in the pre-market. I've never been a big fan of this server sort. Never. I know the theory behind it, you know, to kind of break ties. You know, two stocks up exactly 3%. Which one do you rank ahead of the other if you're looking? So maybe you you just select another one. You can't remove it from the sort list. Just select another one. So on sort, just select price as an example. So take it off. You can't remove it. Just select price. And then you'll be good to go. And don't forget to save your work. We just had a halt, LTRPB. Another one of those stupid LTRBP. Remember this one? This is going to go crazy probably. No volume. Gappertown. Let's see. Okay, so what do I do here? Because I do have, I think I still have it. I don't know. Pre-market actives. Let me just see. Ah. Give me a moment here. Sorry guys, just give me a moment here. Yeah, I had some columns in here I didn't want, but yeah, so I've got like standard deviation and the position in the Bollinger Band. Probably very similar to your Gappertown. I just, just sorting on it though. I have 3% from the close, okay? What have you got? So what I can do is I will sort on the position in the Bollinger Band as opposed to actually using a filter. But cool, yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. And you just sort on that column. Now you know me real. Any particular reason why you want to put this daily volume as at least 200,000 shares a day? Look at con, guys. I'm not in it anymore. What a nice, look at this nice trend here. Hugging the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. So, Ija, explain what you mean by, I know you mentioned this one yesterday or the day before, trading halts. This is somebody from our YouTube room, trading halts with a tight stop. So, are you talking about taking the trade as it comes out of the halt with some kind of a conditional buy or sell? So you're not in the trade, right? You're not in the trade. So let's just use LIVX as an example, or LVTX as an example. So it gets halted wherever, 1720, okay, 1720. So what are you going to do? You know you have 5 minutes, more than likely. So what do? You put a conditional buy order up, like, I don't know, 1720 at 1730 to see if you get a fill. And if you get a fill, then you just immediately, well, of course, you're going to be watching it like a hawk, and then immediately decide what you're going to do. Well, you don't even have to auto trade it, right? Well, okay. For instance, let's just for fun, I'm going to take this one, LTRB. I'm going to put 500 shares here. This is just for fun. Never in a million years would I do that. I want to take the trade. If it gets to, what are we now, 57, and it's on its way up, and I see bid ask. Okay, I'm going to put a conditional buy order at $60. First, I want to see if it even fills it, but okay, this is in a halt. Okay. My God, $60. Okay, I'm gonna click buy. All right. Well, okay, the theory here is that it would take it. It means it's moving higher, and then you've got to be so quick, to either, see how it's trading. I mean, this is we're just fooling. We're just sort of fooling around here. At least I am. Just wanted to see what would happen. How? Wow. Would you get any fills? Something that comes out of a halt. It's only a 2-cent offset. Anyway, just for fun, I'm going to see what happens here. Oh, so you've actually automated a strategy to do it. Okay, well. Oh, I see. So delete this one, delete this one, and now you're going to basically use Gappertown. Okay. Look at Con, guys. Again, another move. It's been choppy on the 2, not as on the 15. It never really broke down that 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Updated Gappertown. All right. See how much fun this is? Love the name. Okay. Oh, and you've I see what you've done. So you've frozen it. No, you haven't frozen it. You're in history. So remember now. Yeah, so you're historical. So you will freeze it after 5 minutes and then start examining them. Is that your idea? Not freeze it, but I mean you're using you could freeze it though. You could just freeze it instead of going to the time frame at 9:35 if you want. I don't know if you know that. Or did you? I can't remember if I checked it or you checked it now. Right click on the window and freeze it. See, we have a freeze. Okay, so it'll stop right there. All day if you want. Yeah, so I mean, you can only do something like this if this is what you're talking about, like that. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, so just keep the control. Well, first of all, left click on the chart. So system knows that's the chart you want to be in. Control key, press down on your keyboard and just use your scroll wheel in and out. Okay, so control key, press down on the keyboard and scroll in and out using your scroll wheel. Okay? So interestingly, I guess interestingly, it didn't hit 60. It looked like it just kissed it, but it didn't quite get there. 59.90. Shoot, I wanted it. I wanted. Okay, now I'm going to do it on the way down. Now we're going to take, so I'm going to cancel that order. Cancel the order. Now we're going to do a short. Yeah, okay, listen, it's not shortable at IB. I just want to see it. I just want to see it do it. So, I mean, I couldn't do this. $44.27. Let's see if it. Let's see if it just takes it. All right. I would say 100% yes. Shorting the tops. Yeah, I will never do it, Ija. You know, I'm just, I mean, I would be on it anyway. Because, yeah, I mean, putting a stop in, you may not get stopped out. I mean, it may blow right through your stop. So I'd have to be watching it. But I guess if you're talking about a 7% stop, just in case, I guess that would do it. You too, my trades. I'd probably up the volume. I know you want to use this in the pre-market, but maybe when the market opens, I don't know. I'd probably up the volume a bit. I know that you're using it in the pre-market, though. I get it. All right, guys, I'm out of the neophotonics basically for a little gain. I was holding out for a much bigger pop. Yeah, but the volume. Look at the volume, 57,000 shares. I just can't do it. He's designed this to work in, to look at things in the pre-market that he might want to once the market opens, I think. So that's why he's got a minimum of 5,000 shares. I mean, but I don't think you want to short something that only has 57,000 shares with a 70-cent stop or a 70-cent spread. Now, that is not financial advice. I don't think it took that trade. Or was that the one I was looking at? It didn't. No, but it didn't take it. It didn't take it. Oh, you're right. You're absolutely. Just a minute. Oh, this is still halted. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm just. So this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Yeah, you're right. I don't think it'll do it anyway. I see 50-50 right now. 50-50 on the bid ask. Gato the cat. All right, guys. I'm not getting any new alert. What time is it? 2:11. So today is my long day. So let me just go over some of the stuff from my watch list. My watch list from my homepage. See if this works. You guys here. Oh, okay, that does work. All right, guys. So I just popped that into the YouTube room too. So you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas? You click on my homepage link right there, up here, and all right, and this is what you'll see. So don't use this promo code. Use Easter Bunny, all in capital letters. You'll get 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day, as I now call it. Focus on one stock. My scans, all the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout. Remember, it is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud if you have one. If you have a layout, though, you might want to just take a look at some of the scans that I'm sharing. Take a look at them. You can always add them to your layout or not. Okay, a lot of scans I'm sharing here, though. And the education link or section, the 20 lessons in 20 days. You're new to Trade Ideas, please take a look at this, okay? All the basic features explained. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can still look at them. Get an idea about what we have to offer. The daily support. So from 12 to 1 in our YouTube room, one of the other traders takes over. We have 5 traders, 5 days of the week. Free trading room. This is the room here. Daily webinar. So again, this is the one that I attend. I help out. Just answering. I'm not on the mic, thank goodness. You can sign up from them all right there. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos here. And the Back to Basics, 36 little quick vids. Back to Basics. Back to Basics. Just the basics. You've never traded before. This is the series for you, all right? You don't know what a stock is? Well, you can go to the first one. What is a stock? Okay, literally. So a lot of information from my homepage. So you can always save the link, so you can take a look at the scans later, the education later, all right? I'm here till 3, yeah. 9 to 3. So it didn't hit it. It didn't hit the 44.27. It came out of the halt, did not hit it. So now I'm just going to get rid of that order. Oops. Yeah. Okay. So I think what you're asking, you can go to different sites and you'll get different analysts' opinions on what they where they think earnings are going to go, whether a company's going to be neutral, how they're going to guide and all. An opinion. I mean, I don't pay any attention to it. I don't pay attention to earnings until they've released them. I mean, I've heard you see many times, oh, Apple's going to have blowout earnings, et cetera, et cetera. They're guiding well, and the stock. Maybe Apple's a bad example. Apple usually does not too badly, but you just can't believe what you're going to read. And you know what? Even if a stock has been moving higher in advance of, maybe that's already built in as an example. So they have earnings, they're great, but profit taking. So I just don't even bother. I don't bother with earnings at all. I'm aware when the company releases, typically the day after or the day before, after hours or the day of. That's when a stock is super active. And then you can going forward. If the reaction on the first day of earnings is good, you may have several days that could carry forward, especially if there's room on those higher time frames. But as far as our forecast, I don't pay any attention to it at all. But that's just me, okay? We've seen many times, when a company is, say, going to release this afternoon, all right? And you see there's a big build up, looks good, people are betting that and then it comes out, crash. So all these people who were building it up, ahead of time, convinced that the reaction, I should never say earnings are good, okay? That's just not I think it's the reaction to everything. It's not just earnings, it's also guidance. You could have a stellar last quarter, but you might be guiding, but we think we're going to have a slowdown next quarter. So I mean, it's all encompassing. Yeah, I mean, so Micron, MU, I mean, minor bets are being placed that it's going to be good. It's after hours. I mean, ahead of earnings. Could be. Yeah, no, after hours, yes. Well, I hope if you're in it, I hope your little birdie is correct. I mean, listen. Here's the thing, with the earnings. Okay, yes, if earnings are great, I'm not just talking about Micron. Sure, you're going to miss the gap. But if they're really good, and you wait till the next day, it should be good enough if they're really good and they've had a big gap that there could be second, third, fourth day continuation on earnings perhaps, or going maybe not necessarily in a row, but a good solid week after earnings. So yes, you might miss the gap by gambling and thinking, okay, I'm going to take it right now. And if you're taking con at 1581, right before, right at the market close, con released earnings today, this morning. If you had seen this, you would not have known this was going to happen. I mean, look at the reaction in the pre-market. I would call that really muted. I mean, the stock closed right around, we'll say 1580 or so. So, we're at $16, 1580 in the pre-market. None. So you could have waited, and then all of a sudden this starts happening, and the option scan caught it. So you did not have to gamble on con at all. Okay, missing this gap. You could have woke up the next morning and say, it hasn't gapped at all yet. And that's one. I mean, I look, there are other stocks, of course, that will immediately gap. Yeah, wow, no kidding on the route. And rail continues. Been a little choppy, but it is, the trend is up. Coming into maybe finally some resistance here around 671. Takes that out though. You've got this area up here on the monthly chart at around $8. Market, nice to see. Everything is positive. Well, guys, what about Sogo here? Look at this breakdown on the weekly for Sogo. China stock. All right, guys, I will be right back. Well, it'll be interesting, yeah, if this can take out this area that I suggest it may stall at for a bit. It's only 9 cents away, 670. If it take, I'm going to back this monthly chart out just a little bit so I can see a little more clearly. And 648, 720 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. And that could, well, it's doing it right now. Right now. That's taking that out right there. And let's take a look on the weekly chart. Probably the same sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at, yeah, I mean, it still has room to 7 something. 730 or so. Not saying it's going to get there. Well, guys, ACTC, Real, and William. Wow, interesting. Look at this. Right into the 200-day moving average. ACTC. 224. I mean, it's an area. I know it's an area, but there it is. 224, 223. Above the yeah, there are some for me. Let's see how many. Oh, let's see. 280,000. Let's take half of them. Okay, right now. Boom. Well, I mean, I'm aware of it. You know, I won't necessarily sell it. I'm aware of it. You know, most of the time, if it hits the top of a channel, it's probably getting a little bit parabolic. So more than likely, I've already taken some out. But if you're asking me, okay, I'm getting out, I probably would, yeah, just in case. But sometimes you'll see at the top of a channel and you'll see a top where it'll keep powering through and then it'll come back down. So I don't take everything out for sure. This is, I'm amusing myself, guys, with this Sogo. You know, if you want to know why I brought this compare count window up again, the reason I did it, what are we, Wednesday? So it must have been last week. It had to be last week. And I don't know why somebody I think asked me about a compare count window, so I brought one up just to show them what it looked like, and I kept it. And I shut down the room around 3 o'clock, 3:10 or so, and all of a sudden, you know, I'm seeing IQ, and I looked at IQ, and it was just breaking down below a whole number. It was out of consolidation break, and I said, I'm taking this trade, and it was awesome. It dropped about 80 cents in about I don't know, 15 seconds. And I got out, I said, you know what? I'm going to put this up. I mean, that was just obviously very anecdotal, but I thought, you know what? I'm just going to put it up. I think people, it's an interesting look, you know, and people are used to a ticker. This is all real time. So that's where I saw the Sogo. Right here. Remember I was just saying what a nice break at a consolidation? Yeah, and again, remember, just because you see a symbol doesn't mean you just hop in on it. You got to check out the chart and all that sort of stuff. This is more of I mean, look, I rely more on the actual scans, but you know, if it's getting a little bit slow, sometimes these other scans that I've got do not pick up things like this because I've got different sort of a filter in here. So I find that this is, you know, oh man, this Sogo is going to turn. I'm almost likening it to the surfing. I find this kind of surfs a little bit for you. It's not loading the charts automatically, of course, but I just told you. Did you not hear what I said, Gordon? It was just kind of a fluke. I've always had it. It's like I always say, you know, I save every single window to the cloud. And some I haven't used in years. But, you know, I resurrected this one because somebody asked me, I can't remember who it was last week sometime. Somebody asked me about a compare count window. Like, what is it? So this is the one that I actually had. So I brought it up and I was explaining it. And I just left it. And it was on my other monitor, I think, because I used to have the similar one here, similar tab. And I left it. And as I closed down the room, I started looking at it, seeing some of the alerts coming through, sort of power hour alerts, if you will. And I saw the IQ and I said, okay, wow, I like it. And then it was awesome. They're not all going to be like that. Well, it was a fluke in that I had not planned on bringing this back. If somebody hadn't asked me, you know, what is a compare count window, I would not have brought it back because I haven't thought about it for years. I know Jamie uses compare counts quite a bit. But it's also a bit of a gauge. I mean, you know, this is telling me 81%. You know, the stocks that are moving up versus the stocks moving down with all these filters in place, well, you can see, you know, 80% of them are moving up versus 20% moving down. It compares. It's just comparing two competing strategies. So, you know, here are the two strategies. And you can create your own. Of course, you create your own strategies. So this is what it's doing. So, you know, new highs in the pre-market. And so here's the alert, or the two alerts. Don't get too much in the pre-market, but here are the two alerts. So stocks between 50 cents and $30, minimum of 300,000 shares. The volume in the last minute, at least 300% of normal. Stock is up 2%, etc., etc. Okay, from the close. So this is one strategy, and what I want to do is I want it to compete with the flipped version of this. In other words, stocks making new lows, pre-market lows, you know, same volume and price range, but now down 2%. Okay? So it's like two competing strategies. Who's the winner? This is what I'm saying right here. See how this is just sort of the flip version. New lows, down 2%. Okay, so who's the winner? Right now, the ones moving higher, 81% versus 19%. So all, you know, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, the market is moving, but you know, if the market starts moving down a little bit, you know, this could start to flip. So you get a bit of a gauge of what the market's doing. And again, these are all real-time alerts coming through here. So you click on one and, you know, something might say, oh yeah, wow, that's not bad. And start to look at it. Maybe you want to trade it. You know, and that's how the SOGO will trigger again if it, on here, if it gets down. Well, actually, it may not, because remember, there's a volume burst also involved in it. It's not just making a new low. I'm not on mute. I'm not on mute. I shouldn't be. Well, okay, the people in YouTube, you guys can hear me, right? Ija, you can hear me? Okay, good. 2:39, guys. So I shall be shut. Definitely. Again, this is my long day. I'll be in the webinar at 5 o'clock. Take a look at the SPY here. And we are, wow. We're still almost an all-time high. Or are we? 398.12. I guess that's the all-time high. Wow, we're just about at the all-time high. Unbelievable. So, another way you could look at it, you could say, okay, let's do a little competitive action between the earnings plays up and the earnings plays down. As an example, you could compare count something like that. Well, here's a late bloomer here from the option scan. Cliff, which has been really active, had the pullback and all, just made a new high. CLF. What sort of room does this have? I mean, back this out on the monthly chart. How far back do we have to go before we start seeing these levels? This is, I mean, we right here is 2014. This is 2000. So that's 2014. You got to go back 7 years. 7 years before we see these highs for CLF. Some guy is holding from 2014 saying, I knew it would come back. I just had to let it get down from 20 down to 33 cents or a dollar. I knew it would come back. Man. Boy, I'm almost tempted to take this. It's a little late for me to be getting into a trade, but this cliff is just so strong. This could be this could be maybe a swing trade, guys. I mean, for those of you liking to swing, it's got a big float, so it shouldn't be, incredibly erratic. Right industry, I guess, if we believe infrastructure is going to be a thing. It has no real resistance. I mean, it's got no resistance. Now, again, this is not a recommendation, but I know there are a lot of you who are looking for swing trades. I mean, If you took, I mean, your stop, I don't know where you'd have your stop, to be honest, but I mean, there's just no resistance until 2014. So I think that was a long time ago. You're right, Rubber. I think it was in the $7 or $8 range, right? Or even six. Well, this is from my scan, number one, right here. But we saw this one early on. This would have shown up 100%. I'm sure this would have shown up on the well, it would have shown up here. I'm pretty sure. I can't go back far enough. 1020. Yeah, here we go. This would have shown up right at 936, right in the basic new highs. Okay, right at 936. At 918. No, listen, I'm not saying it was smooth sailing the whole day, but that definitely the basic new highs have showed up almost in the market open. Yeah, when you reinstall, you're absolutely right. That's what happens. But if you did a history, you would see it also. So are they pre-releasing? Oh, Zach can't hear me. We have April 5th. Are they net element? I'm just trying to see. I don't see anything. So I don't know where Zach is getting that. Whew. Questions, guys. I'm fading. I need questions. Yeah, I don't think they're good plans. I think it's clean out the garage. On the to-do list. Let's see, Walgreens, WBA, earnings play, March 31st, pre-market, so they released before the market opened. Pretty good reaction, pretty decent to move. I don't know, I mean, there's the 200, no, that's not the 200-day. I think, I mean, it looks like there's pretty decent resistance right around 59, so that's about $4 away. Go, Sogo, go. See, how crazy is this? Just a late day little thing from this movers. Pounced on it. So yeah, I don't really know what to say about this. I mean, it's WBA. I mean, I think it's got a lot of resistance. You know, $4 away or so. But obviously, a decent reaction to earnings. It's a big float, so it's going to take. But you know, it could have a multi-day reaction, I guess. Only if you upgrade. If you upgrade JRH, yes. Well, I still maybe the room. Well, I've only got 9 minutes to go. I can gut it out for another 9 minutes. The answer is no, Bruce. No. You got to make sure you want that annual subscription. Otherwise, just go month to month. Well, you can upgrade from, say, if you've got a monthly, are you have an annual subscription? Oh, I see. Yeah, no. I mean, you know, but more than likely you got in at what, 15% off? Oh no, I think I'm sure WBA was trading on its own because of earnings. Okay, so a stock janitor. We have another. We have what I call this the main trading room. Okay, which I'm shutting down in about 7 minutes. But this is the main. Yeah, I'm just going to give you the link. This is what you're seeing. This is the main room here. Main because it's a lot easier for me to hand out links. There are a lot more traders there, a lot more interactivity amongst traders. Okay, so remember this one early on, TISI shooting up to 14. What was that? The pre-market, right? 845. Shooting up to 14, coming right back down. Not a bad little move, and then just nothing. Earnings for Tissy? I don't know. Let's see. And the answer is, well, we have March 9th. So we had March 9th earlier this month. So You know what is still weak? Go EV. Go EV. It looked like it was going to have a little recovery day, but it is still weak. You know, this takes out yesterday's low. Tomorrow, I mean, this could just keep going down. There's nothing holding it. You know, it's an all-time low if it takes out that low of yesterday. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions. Again, I'll always stick around if there's some questions, and don't be afraid to ask. Don't think, well, he wants to go. That's okay. You got a new question? Okay, go ahead. HP in the YouTube room. Okay, no easy answer for that one, HP. You know, you're going to have to go through each alert window. These are coming, yeah. You're going to have to go through each alert window and right click, properties, actions. Then you'll see it, okay? For instance, it says Mad Money. Okay, and so you'll see what it's called, but there's no easy answer. You have to go through each window. Now, if you don't want to have sound alerts at all, you just want to turn them all off, this is a toggle between the Brokerage Plus and the idea of surfing. There's a sound toggle, so you can, you know, it's just on and off. But, well, you don't have to set a sound for each window. I mean, it's not mandatory, but the whole idea of setting sound alerts is that when I hear a sound alert, I know which window to look at. Okay, so, but you know, it's not mandatory that you set a sound alert. But if you have, and you shouldn't have so many windows that, you know, you don't want to have like 10, 12 windows, you know, all ringing different sounds all day long. Okay. But the only way to do it is you're going to have to right click on every alert window, and also a multi-strategy. I don't know if you have a window that is an M window, a multi-strategy window, do this. You have to do the same thing and just go to properties, actions, and then C. You'll see what the sound is. Barney, I love it. Okay, really, we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see how that scan works tomorrow. Yeah, so it's the same thing with the multi-strategy window. Right click, properties, the same thing, actions. Then you'll see the sound right there. No, all day. We're off all day Friday. All day, 100%. Okay? No day. Yeah, you're gonna have to start cutting them down, Eddie. Too many alerts. Too many. Yeah, too many windows. The Hog Daily Chart. So I had the gap. I did see that gap this morning. I thought maybe it was an earnings play, but it's not earnings. So I see it had an analyst upgrade. Harley Davidson rallies after bear turns bullish for the first time in, let's see the rest of the headline, in 5 years. So I guess that gave this a kickstart for sure. Now, will that gap hold? I mean, is that it? Is that the only reason? It looks like it bared. No, that's quite a reaction to that earnings upgrade. So yeah, I mean, it's taken all this out. If it can hold, then it can start to maybe. It doesn't have that much room though. You know, we're talking about a $40 stock. You know, I mean, this area right here is around 42. You know, it's we got in yesterday before the pop. Well, that's good for you then. Well, I guess as analyst is carries some weight. Hamilton, you're welcome. All right, guys, I think that is it. I don't see any other questions. So if you want to join in that webinar that I help out on, I'll just give you, if you go to my homepage, Barry's homepage, click over here, go to the education section, and you click here and scroll down to where you see daily webinars. You can sign up for it, okay? And then you'll get an invite. I'll put that in here also for you YouTubers. All right, guys, that's it. I'm just got my script, my correct script up here. Okay. All right, I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. You can send that. You can send that info. The only thing is, I mean, we do that with the price alerts, and we do that with the AI. I think you might be, you know, depending on how many alerts you get, it may be very distracting to get flashing all over the screen. You know, we do it with the price alerts though. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Where are my price alerts? Here we are, way at the bottom here. So for instance, if I put a price alert, put a price alert right here. See how it changes? So that's on a price alert. I think it would be very distracting if it happened all over your screen, your window. That's my opinion anyway. Okay, guys, that's it. I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So hope everybody has a great evening, and we shall see you then. Bye-bye.